welcome to Hangar. Hey, welcome to Hangar 51. Who's going to jump in the room tonight? Who's going to be first in the room? And survey says, well, there's two here, but they're not saying hi yet. Got a like already, 3 in the room. Hey, Randy, first in the room. Good to see you, man. I think you were just over at Wes's show, weren't you? Craig, Michael. Welcome, guys. Victor, Paul, good to see you. Ethan, good to see you guys. Okay. Skyblazer, good to see you. So I had no idea what Wesley was going to do tonight. And you all know I'm not a fan of the IX-12. Not that there's anything wrong with the radio. It's K. Colon. Rick Baker, you look new. I haven't seen you here before. Welcome. You know, I'm not picking on the IX-12. Listen, like Wes says, everybody's got different tastes, different wants. But it's $600, and all the cool features that radio has don't help you fly the airplane. It's got a lot of cool gadgets. Pilot Ryan, welcome. But it doesn't help you fly the airplane, so I'm not interested. It's just, but I'm going to show you some cool stuff tonight. I'm going to go get my HAVOC. I wanted to get the stream started so you guys didn't have to wait for me to get set up. It's not going to take me long. The HAVOC's out in the car with the radio. So I just got to run out to the car and grab it, bring it in, and then we're going to talk about it. So you guys, let everybody else know as they're coming in the room what's going on. Where's Kenny? Where's Kenny? Well, you'll know where. Tell them where I am, and I'll be right back because I'm going to get the HAVOC and some radios. Alright. So here's the HAVOC. Couple of radios. All right. Okay. So let me get caught up on the chat real quick. Let's see, I put this over here. All right. 20 in the room, 6 likes. Thank you guys. Love it. Let's see what we got here. Channel 6, welcome to the show, buddy. Yeah, see, Ethan, it's exactly why I'm going to show you. You can do it a lot cheaper and have just as much fun. This radio does everything that does. All the talking, all the funny stuff. You can make it say anything you want. 180 bucks, 16 channels. Does everything that radio does and a lot more. And I'm going to show you that right now. But, you know, you can't go online and order Jimmy John's pizza from it. I'm sorry, it doesn't have that. If that's important to you, then you need to buy the IX-12. But other than that, this radio can handle it. Hey, Dave, you love the new house, hate moving. Yep, couldn't agree with you more. Cannot stand moving. I'm terrible at it. First one to admit. Even packing to go to air shows, whatever, I'm just terrible at it. I can't ever get everything organized. I even start a week early trying to get everything preloaded and everything, and I just can't. Yeah, I'm always forgetting something. Yeah, pain in the butt. So, just not a big moving guy. And I found out my ex-wife is even worse than me because she was nowhere near prepared to move back home. So, we're just not good at it. You can watch porn on your IX-12. Oh, Dave, you kill me. Okay, I want to see you watching porn while you're flying a plane. You'll be playing with the wrong joystick, buddy. Yeah, I flew today. It was a crappy day, and I wanted to come home and finish the P40, so I only flew a few things and came home. It started raining. It was real windy. It wasn't supposed to rain or be windy today, and it was both early in the morning. I got there at 8:30, and I stayed till about 10:30, I think it was, and I said, okay, I got to go home and work on the P40, so I left. And then it turned out to be a great day. I guess later in the afternoon, or maybe it was even early morning, like 11, or late morning, but like 11-ish, I think it all cleared up, the winds died, and it was a beautiful day. But I was already home working on the P40, so, you know, you just got to set your priorities. And that was a little more important than flying today, so that's what I did. So, I'm just trying to see if there's anything else in the chat here that I'm, let's see. Yeah, it's paused. Yeah, Channel 6, I saw your comments. Yep. Okay, so it looks like I'm not a football guy, guys. Christ, has football season started already? I don't even know. I don't even pay attention. I used to be a football fan, but not anymore. Your gimbals are well lubed. Okay, I'm pretty much caught up. If you ask a question or anything and I missed it, just ask it again. So let me tell you about the HAVOC. First of all, it's beautiful. Yeah, I love the color. I kind of like the fact that the canopy is not a canopy; it's just foam. So there's nothing to gator here inside, like we've all experienced with the clear canopies that gator and screw all up, and so don't mind this a bit. It's a nice looking jet. It was a little hard to put together. I got to tell you, they're the way you put the tail feathers on are kind of crappy. Wasn't a fan of that. My F4 was much easier to put together than this. They tell you have to move the rudder all the way to the side, one way or the other, and then you have to cram the horizontal under it, and you got to actually compress it some because it doesn't fit. So you got to squish it a little bit. But the real problem is the wires. You got two elevator servos, one in each half, and the two wires have to jam up in a hole that's not big enough for them. And they're not deep enough for them either. And it could have been. It could have easily been. I don't know why they didn't just make it bigger and deeper so you could just easily slide the wires in and get them out of the way. But that's not what they did. So you pull them in as far as you can get them, and then you still have too much wire hanging out. So then you got to get something, a pokey stick of some kind, screwdriver, something, and you got to get in there as you're trying to set the tail in and poke those wires up, or they're going to be dangling down in the airflow of the fan. So you got to sit there and poke them up, and finally you get them up in there. So it was, listen, it's not a huge problem, but it was just a disappointing. These things have been made so well these days that they're so easy to put together. To get one this new and have these stupid issues trying to get the thing together was irritating. I got to tell you, it was very irritating. So I'm just reading the comments here for a second. Yeah, there's too much football stuff in here. I'm trying to weed through. So anyway, and then when you try to put the wing on, they have all these wires jammed into this really deformed hole that they don't really fit in, and you gotta really fiddle with it to get them down in the hole. And then mine were labeled wrong, so I got it all together and screwed it all together, flipped it over. And one of the ailerons and the gear were backwards. So when I turned right, the gear went down, turned left, the gear went up, and then the other one, the gear switch was moving the aileron. So I had to take it back apart and reverse those. So a little disappointing, not a big deal. Plane flies great. It's very stable. I bought the bind and fly version because you got a free battery with it. Nice battery, by the way. It flew fine. It's beautiful. The quality of the battery is beautiful. And it flew great on the battery. No issues with that. I don't have a smart charger. It's a smart battery, so I can't make it do all the whiz-bang cool stuff that it can do. But it seems like a really nice battery. So far, so good on that. And other than that, very cool. Very, very cool. It flies nice. I really like it. I love the landing gear on it. I wish it was more... I'm not even going to say that. Scratch that. I was going to say I wish it was more like the Avanti gear, but you know what? It works great the way it is, and I think it's a little stouter than the Avanti gear, to be honest. I don't know. My Avanti's got 1,000 flights on it, and this is brand new. But my Avanti gear's getting kind of wobbly a little bit. So we'll see, but I have no complaints right now. The ground handling of the plane's fantastic. It handles bumps on the grass. All my stuff's grass field stuff, guys. So, if you you want me to review something, it's going to be a grass field review. I can go to pavement somewhere. Hell, I can go up and fly with the Boozers as a guest up there if we need to do a paved runway review, but all my stuff's grass, and I pretty much don't buy it if it won't fly off grass, because I just want something that can handle both. It's easy to buy a plane you can fly off pavement if that's all you're going to fly off of, but if you're going to fly someplace like Joe Knoll up until this year was grass, you know, so if you got a paved runway plane and you go to Joe Knoll, you couldn't fly it off a paved runway because they didn't have it. They do now, but or they've got that other stuff. I'm not sure. I think it's paved, but anyway. I don't need it. Kenny works great with stupid chargers. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it charged up fine with my stupid charger. It didn't, Ryan was talking about some of the features it offers as a smart charger, and I think it's cool. I mean, if I didn't already have chargers and I was going to buy a new charger, yeah, I'd probably buy a smart charger. I mean, it's only a couple bucks more than, I think the price pretty reasonable. And to have all that extra technology, it's cool. I don't know. I might entertain that idea, if I needed a charger. But right now I've got nice chargers and I don't need a new one, and so I'm not interested in the smart stuff. If the smart batteries are on sale or a deal like they are right now, where you buy a plane and get a free battery, okay, I'm good with that. I'm not going to not buy a smart battery, but I probably won't go out of my way to buy one either. So, just because I don't think that there's anything, I don't need it. Let's just put it that way. I don't need the smart technology, but, if hey, it's cool. If you want it, it's there. I don't need it. So let me activate Raptor Cam, because I'm going to put it down here on the table. We're going to use it to do some close-ups of the plane. So you guys can get a look at what my Raptor Cam actually is now. This is Raptor Cam. It's a GoPro copy. It's called a 2K HD camera. It's a Turnigy camera. It's from Hobby King. Yes, I bought it from Hobby King. I bought a lot of stuff from Hobby King. Listen, the reason I hate Hobby King is because I have a lot of experience with Hobby King. A lot of experience. So I'm not just a once and done kind of guy. I've got so much crap from Hobby King, and for the most part it's crap. But I have bought a few things from Hobby King I like. But anyway, so let's let me check and see if Raptor Cam is working, and we'll get you some close-ups here of some stuff. So let's go here and operate. We'll do that. We'll deactivate. Reactivate. It's on. Let's see if it'll stay on. Yep, it's on. Okay, so we're going to transition over to Raptor Cam. Here we are. Okay, let me put it back down for a second. We're going to... So here's the hatch open. Oh, and it froze already. Alright, let me... Hang on a second. I can fix it. We can rebuild it. We have the technology. Yeah, this might be a little problem tonight. Sometimes it works great, and sometimes it don't. So here we are. 3 battery straps. One here, one in the middle here, one in the front here, and it froze again. Damn it. Alright, hang on a minute. Let me try something. You know, Dave was alluding to the power from the cord being too long. I think he's onto something. I think it might be I think part of the problem might be connections. You know, maybe the connections are slightly dirty, and that's what's causing the problem, possibly. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll keep trying. We'll see if we can get this to work. Okay, there we go. So there's a strap here, and a strap in the back. Okay, lots of room in here, plenty of room. There's the 636 receiver back there. And then I have my FreeSky receiver up front here. That's the battery telemetry right there. This is the GPS right here. It says up on it. Right there. And then the 4-channel receiver is right here. And the only thing I'm using the receiver for, guys, is the telemetry. I'm going to show you how that works. There's an extra wire from my receiver that you use. It came with it. It was already in the plane for binding it, so that you don't have to try to fish it back way in there. They put the lead, and that's all I needed. I just needed this wire to get power to this receiver. That's all I'm using it for. It's just the telemetry, and I'm going to show you that in a minute. So yeah, but it's a big battery bay, lots of room. You know, this is a 45C battery pack, and you know, plenty of room. I mean, you can slide it back and forth here, lots of room side to side. You know, it's just swimming in there. It's a 4500, so there's plenty of room. You can put a 7000 in here, no problem. You know, easy fit. So okay, so let me switch back here for a second. Now see, I cleaned the contacts and I didn't even plug it in all the way, and now RaptorCam is staying live, so that's good. You know, I think it's a dirty connection. I think Dave's right. I think it's a power thing. I think it stops working because there might be a little dirt on the contacts or too long of a line, but I think he's right. I think it's a power issue. So so let me get back to here. We'll transition back to this for a minute so I can set a couple things up. I want to put the gear down. I need to get my radio here and turn it on. Okay, so your $600 IX12 12 channel, 180 bucks. 16 channel, 180 bucks. 160 bucks depending on where you buy it. I've seen it as low as like 167, I think. But yeah, 16 channels, it talks, it does all that cool stuff. And I'm going to demonstrate some. We're going to have some fun with this, guys. I got some fun stuff on the radio. And yes, this, because I have the Spectrum module in the bay in the back here, okay, and I've seen a new one now that just came out with, I think it's $38. It has the Spectrum protocol and I think 2 others. And it's DSMX, and so it should bind with all the new stuff coming out as well. But yeah, so I've got the module in the bay. I left the FreeSky protocol on and didn't turn it off when I turned the bay on. So they're both on. And that's how we can do what we're going to do here, because they're both on. So I'm going to turn the radio on.
Welcome to OpenTX. Flight mode normal.
Let me get the HAVOC up.
Gear down, flaps.
Okay, so the radio's on, and I'm going to plug the battery in. I'm not going to strap it in. We're not going to get crazy with, well, you know what? I'm not going to strap it in, but I don't have that. All right, let me put one strap on it just so it doesn't fall out of the damn airplane. because I might flip it over to show you the landing gear, and I don't want the battery falling out. So let's give it. Let me put my strap on it just to make sure it stays in there. So anyway, so you guys that are flying Spectrum, you know, so do I. It's not my main source, and it's definitely not my favorite, but I do fly it. You know, planes like this, for instance, you know, is a perfect example. It's a great airplane. I like the airplane. You know, so am I not going to buy it? No, I'll buy it. I fly Spectrum when I have to, and you know, yeah, could I buy it in the plug and play? Yeah, now that everything is $30, listen, you don't have to buy an aftermarket receiver in FreeSky cheap, okay? You can buy an 8-channel with the smart port to do the telemetry and all that cool stuff for 30 bucks, okay? That's a factory FreeSky receiver, 8-channel, that will give you all the telemetry and all the smart port stuff and all that crazy cool stuff. A real live for $30. Live FreeSky. You don't have to go to a Lemon or some other brand to get a cheap one, which is funny that you guys all rave about how great Spectrum is, but none of you are flying Spectrum receivers unless it came in the airplane. You're all flying Lemon or Hobby King or some other brand receiver, because for the same reason I don't buy Spectrum, the Spectrum receivers are too damn expensive. They're 80 bucks or something. It's crazy. So the first thing I'm going to do, and I'll go back to Raptor Cam here. Okay, so here's the battery telemetry plugged in, and as you can see, there are all my battery voltages on the screen. See? So that's what you get. $14 for this module. That's all it costs. 14 bucks. Okay? Gives you all your battery voltages. Okay, so now I'm going to plug in the battery.
0 volts, 0 volts. You really should think about landing.
Okay. Alright, so it's all live now, so now I can put the gear down. Okay. And we're going to still leave it in here backwards for right now so I can show you inside the bay here. Okay, so what do we got? So we're powered up. Everything works. Of course, you can't see anything on... I think you'll be able to see the flaps go... Yeah, you can see the flaps go down. So everything's live. Okay? And it's live on the Spectrum 636 receiver that came in the plane. That's what's operating the flight controls. The plane is flying on the Spectrum. Okay? Even though it's a FreeSky transmitter, I'm using the Spectrum module. That's why it's lit up orange. And you can see the orange light in there. And so the plane's flying on the Spectrum protocol. The extra FreeSky stuff in here, $14 for the battery module, $19 for the 4-channel receiver, and then if you want the GPS as well, which I have in here, so I got speeds. The plane hit 122 miles an hour, straight level flight, not a diving pass. 122 miles an hour, straight and level, and then the telemetry for the GPS, that was 34 bucks. So 19, 14, and 34 is all it costs one time. You take that whole mechanism, it's only one plug to plug in, right? Well, you plug the battery in, the balance lead into the battery eliminator, but this one lead, you just have to pick off power to power this to the receiver. That's all you need.
24 dB around 6 minutes. Really close.
And you just take it out of the plane, move it to the next airplane. So you can put it you just take the 3 pieces out, you move it to the next airplane. When you put the battery in, you plug in that one lead, and everything goes live, and you can just keep doing it over and over again. So what does it give you? Well, let me show you what it gives you. So here's what I've got. You saw the battery voltages on the...
23 dB.
And it might... let me see if it shows up better if I light it. Nah, not really. But anyway, so here's a screen that I put up that's got altimeter, speed, altitude here, and then the cell voltage, single cell, lowest single cell at 419, and then the pack voltage is 25.1. But if I go one more on here, now all my batteries voltages are right there, down the right side here. Okay, you can see all the battery voltages. Okay, that all came live. I didn't have to do anything on this radio at all. As soon as I plugged these modules in, all that stuff came live on the radio instantly, automatically. Now, if you want it to talk to you, like mine does, then you have to do just a little bit of programming to tell it to talk to you and when to talk to you and how often to talk to you. You set all that up. So if you don't want it to do that, you don't have to. If you don't want to listen to it, it's really funny. I got to tell you, not true, Kenny. I only fly Spectrum receivers if my planes and only one of them has a Hobby Eagle gyro. All of the rest are AR-63. Yeah, well, yeah. I understand that with you, Dave, because you're programming your own receivers. Most guys aren't doing that. But, yeah, I get it. But the price of them are too expensive. How much? Tell me, how much is a 636? You're buying them and then programming them yourself. So what's a bare bones 363 receiver cost? I haven't looked it up lately. I'm not buying them, so I haven't looked it up. But yeah, what's that receiver go for, Dave? No, I've had no interference issues at all with the Spectrum module at the flying field. Even though this new field that I've been flying, the old field I did, but the new field, even though I've been warned that a couple of spots the people have been shot down with their Spectrums, I have not had a problem at the new field at all with the Spectrum technology. I told you, maybe you weren't here, I did get shot down by a Futaba radio one day, and I know it was because I confirmed it happened twice. The exact same scenario. I was flying across the field, coming right at myself, down low, right on the deck, and a guy was taxiing his plane out in front of me, and he walked right in front of me, between me and my plane. And when his Futaba radio was in between me, I got a down elevator command, and it plowed the plane into the ground. And I was shocked that a Futaba did that, honestly, to the Free Sky, not the Spectrum, but to the Free Sky protocol. So, I went out and picked up the pieces and came back, and then I was flying another plane, the exact same scenario. Out there, but I wasn't right on the deck. I was high this time. Coming right at myself. He was way out there, and the same guy walks right in front of me again with the same Futaba radio, and I got the same down elevator command, but I was able to, do the reflex radio over my head, up elevator, and save the second plane. So, two confirmed identical situations, and it interfered with the Free Sky technology for some reason. I have no idea why. Maybe I asked him, have you ever had your Futaba back in for a checkup? Could there be something awful? And, oh, no, it's perfect. Okay, well, whatever. So I don't know if his radio is, putting out too much power or if it's off frequency. I don't know. I have no idea. But that's the only time I've ever had a glitch at the field. It happened twice the same day within an hour of each other and the exact same circumstances. The only difference was the second time the plane was high enough for me to save it, didn't lose the plane. And now I don't fly when he does. And as a matter of fact, if I see him coming out and I'm in the air, I land because I don't even want to deal with his Futaba radio again. So I just land and wait till he's done and then go back up. So there's the telemetry working live. You just saw it happen, for peanuts. And I don't put the GPS in most of my planes. So you're only talking about $19 and $14. So what is that? $33 is all you're adding in price one time, and you put it in every airplane you're going to fly, and you can have all your telemetry live on the radio while you're flying your 636 receivers. $79.99. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. It's just too much for a receiver, And, I get it, Dave, that you're programming your own, and that's cool. I mean, that's great because you can add the AS3X and all the cool stuff you want to it. You know, that's cool. Listen, I'm not putting anything down. I'm just giving you guys information, what's available to you, okay, for a lot less money, okay? So that's my HAVOC. I very much love the airplane. Out of the box, you know, I threw it out in the air. You know, took off, gear up, and it flying out, and even pulling throttle back, it was climbing pretty bad. I had to trim it down quite a bit. Now, I did have the battery back in the back, so the next flight I moved the battery forward more, and I didn't have to put as much down trim in it, but it needed a little down trim. So, but that was, the ailerons were spot on. I mean, I didn't have to adjust anything. It came out beautiful. Everything worked. No pitch change when you put the flaps down at all. Doesn't need a mix. The plane didn't do anything different when I put the flaps half and full, straight and level. It did nothing to the attitude of the airplane. So, no elevator mix like my F4 that needed a huge elevator mix. Not on this one. All right, so let me stop here for a second and get caught up on the comments, because some of them I see questions. Apparently, I already answered a question for Stinger, because he's thanking me for that. So well, let me just scroll up here a minute and get back on the chat here and see what I missed. Yeah, for you guys that didn't know or don't know, you know, if you're, because I got 27 people in here, and I don't know how many of you knew that, it's still on sale. The HAVOC's $399, but it comes with a $140 smart battery. It's a 5,000 milliamp 50C smart battery, okay? And you get the battery free. Shipping's free. The battery's free. If you want to do a little math, that brings the price of this plane, you know, when you figure $140 battery pack, down in the $275 range. And at $275 instead of $400, it was a, you know, that was a bargain. As, you know, so I had to buy it. I wasn't going to buy this plane because I just figured it was too close to the Avanti. I didn't want another of the same jet. You know, and honestly, it is pretty close to the Avanti. It flies just like the Avanti. It's a very good flyer. But at that price, I couldn't pass it up. And it's, I love the color. I love this green. It's one of my favorite colors. So I'm, you know, the quality of it's really nice. The all of the control horns, or the control surfaces, are recessed like a real airplane. You know, they're recessed into a pocket, and they roll inside the pocket. So the aerodynamically, they're better. Just a really class act. They did a really nice job. Super nice. The suspension on this thing is really nice. Here, let me turn this around here. Maybe you can see the. Hang on a second. Let me make sure Rafter Cam's still. Yeah. So there's the front wheel. You know, so it's kind of a trailing arm, oleo-filled shock, super nice. The mains are the same way. Let me move that over here. Uh-oh, I lost the camera. I unplugged it. Hang on a second, let me reactivate. I'm gonna reactivate it here. Deactivate, reactivate. That's one of the little bugs in OBS. Not a big deal, but I'm getting a little annoyed with it. But yeah, so anyway, here was the mains. Same kind of angle. Let me change that angle a little bit so you can see that a little better. So that's the main gear. Very stout aluminum gear. Really nice. Love it. I got to tell you, I'm very happy with this airplane. I'm very, very happy. It flies fantastic. You know, 122 mile an hour. They did I don't know if you saw the video, but Horizon did a video on it, and they hit 148. I'm sure they were diving. You know, they don't have live telemetry in it like I do. That's telling me every 6 seconds what my throttle position is. So the guys that were standing here watching knew I didn't, you know, play with the throttle. Was wide open the whole time. I didn't do a diving pass. It was a straight-on pass, and you know, it's talking to us. So it's telling me what my airspeed is, and it's telling me what my battery voltage was, and it was telling me where my throttle position was. And, you know, came across the field 122 miles an hour. Now, the Horizon video had one of those telemetry things that you put in the airplane, and it's not live telemetry. It just records the highest. So they did a diving pass at some point during their whole flight. And then when they land, they take the thing out and show it to you. So he pulled it out of the plane and showed it to the other guy, and he said 148. So at some point during the flight, he hit 148 miles an hour. You know, exactly what the conditions were, downwind, in a dive, I don't know. It just recorded the highest thing. Mine was downwind also, but I didn't make a diving pass. It was a straight and level pass, and it hit 122. So it's pretty damn fast, and it flew for, I think, on the 5,000 pack. After that, I was pretty conservative, just flying it around. It was doing, we had a pretty good wind that day, so it was doing with the stick at negative 26%. Okay, so that's 26% below half throttle. Okay, it was doing 43 miles an hour upwind and 89 miles an hour downwind. That's how big of a difference it was because of the wind. So, oh, you want to see the battery bay again? Okay, let me pull it up here. So here's the battery bay. Here's the front. Got plenty of room up here in the nose. So I've got my receiver up there. Here's the battery telemetry module here. This is the GPS module right here. It says up on it. There's the battery, and you can slide the battery all the way up to here. Okay, so you've got it all the way back. It'll go back to here too. So it goes back to there. So there's tons of room in here. Okay, and then the 636 receiver's back here. Plenty of room. And there's no problem putting the canopy back on this because everything is way below the canopy line here. And then on top of that, the canopy's hollow inside anyway. So even if something was sticking up out of there, it still wouldn't interfere with the canopy. You know, so yeah, it's a monstrous battery bay. No problem getting whatever battery you want in there. Simple, you know, super great. So what else? What other questions you got on the HAVOC? Does it tell you where the camera angle is? You mean my OSB software or the OBS? I mean, no. You know, it's just, you know, when I have it up on the rafters, I just have it. You know, I guess. You know. Yeah, it's just a total guess. I kind of angle it so I know it's going to hit the table, but some nights it might be up on the wall a little more, and other nights it might be down this way a little more. But you're getting the whole table from the rafter, so that's fine.
Activity alarm.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not sure now. And if you guys have one of those, I have a question for you. So, is it the smart charger that lets you set the battery to auto discharge and all that, or do you have to do that with the smart checker? Which one does it? Because if it's the checker, Yeah, I know the checker was $30, I think. Oh, pilot. Yeah, Ryan, you would know. You're in the room. Ryan, tell me, is it the checker that sets the battery to self-discharge and all that cool stuff, or do you do that from the charger? Because I'd be very interested to know that. Yeah, I really didn't have any trouble CG in this plane. I put it back originally because it was the big battery. It was 5050C, and I figured I probably don't need all that nose weight. And the plane flew fine. I did have to trim it down quite a bit, but it didn't change the way it flew. It didn't fly like it was tail heavy or anything. It flew fantastic. I just had to do a little trimming. And then when I moved the battery forward, and I didn't move it all the way forward, but I moved it quite a bit forward, I was able to take some of that down trim out. Not all of it, most of it. It's pretty damn close to straight on now. It's got a little bit down. I think if I moved the 5000 pack, and I didn't fly the second flight, move forward with the big battery. So I think the 5000 pack all the way forward will trim it out perfect. So yeah, but no problem with the CG. The plane didn't fly any different either way. It flew fantastic. Okay, before I go, phone's at 2%. Which is the best E-flite Warbird prop plane to buy? In my opinion, and I've flown a shitload of them, guys, is the 1200 Spitfire. Phenomenal flyer. Oh my god. And I have a bunch of them myself, but I don't have that one yet. I'm going to get it. I have the Corsair, and I have the Mustang, and I have, what else do I have from E-flite in the Warbirds? I don't have the Razorback P-47. I've flown it, and it flies good too, but not as good as the Spitfire, in my opinion. I think the problem, and I can tell you exactly what it was. In a bank, when you roll it into a bank to make a turn, the P-47, I guess, is a little more nose heavy, and it starts to nose down. So it requires more up elevator to keep the nose up. The Spitfire was like rock solid. Almost like you could fly it on its side in a knife edge without even holding any rudder. And if you did have to hold rudder, it would be a tiny bit. I just think the Spitfire flies fantastic. And I will get that airplane. I'm going to buy one of those. I really like the way the Spitfire flew. I was flying my buddies. He had them both at the field the same day. The Tornado, the P-47 Razorback, and the Spitfire. Flew them back to back. And for me, hands down, the Spitfire was the best, best flying plane. Now, they all fly good, okay? And there's not a huge difference, but I thought that the Spitfire was the best flying one. I really like the way the Spitfire flew. So that's just my 2 cents worth. I don't think you can go wrong with any of them, honestly. If you're not a Spitfire fan and you want the Corsair or the Mustang, well then do it. I mean, you'll be happy with any of them. I think they all fly good. But I think the Spitfire is the best flying one. It seemed to hold its as far as the Warbirds go. Now, there's some other favorites I have, too, like the SR-22 is a phenomenal good flying airplane. I love that thing. That thing flies fantastic, and especially in wind. That's a good windy day plane. It handles the wind beautifully. So I'm a big fan of that one, too, the SR-22. And it's got a lot to do with the way that the AS-3X is set up, which, if you're Dave Marshall, you can change that. You can fix that. You can make it fly like the way you want. So some of the planes that Horizon puts out with the AS-3X are just, it doesn't seem like the AS-3X is doing anything. 2 planes in particular that it's non-noticeable that it's even working Of course, they're both big airplanes, but the Carbon Z150, I flew it with both my free sky receiver, no stabilization, and with the AS3X active in the factory receiver, and I couldn't tell any difference about the way the plane flew. So I think the AS3X is not set. I don't know if you want to call it sensitive enough or the gains are not high enough. It doesn't seem to make any difference. It doesn't seem to have any effect on the airplane that I could tell. They both flew identical with my... And then I did the same thing with the giant T-28, the Carbon Z T-28. Again, I see no advantage to having the AS3X in the plane. I couldn't tell any difference at all between the two. So that's just my thoughts on that. But other planes, it makes a huge difference. You know, so they have the sensitivity set different in each one of those receivers for the plane that they've got it in, and some of them are dialed in way better than others. But again, Dave is your guy. He can dial them all in for you, I mean, because he's been playing with that self-programming stuff. So he can reprogram any receiver to dial it in and make it awesome. So, yeah. So you can do it with the Charger or the Checker. Okay, cool. Thank you, Dave. I might just buy a Checker then. If I probably not if this is the only smart pack I have, but I'm thinking about pulling the trigger on the EC 1500. You know, that twin engine Coast Guard looking plane. I flew one today. I've seen it fly before. We were flying. He had a 4,000 4-cell in it. We flew it around for 10 minutes. And I'm not lying. We flew it around for 10 minutes. He landed. He went and got his servo tester, or his battery tester, I mean. Plugged it in. It said 52% remaining. We had already flown it for 10 minutes. Not wide open the whole time, but we did a lot of vertical stuff, a lot of just half throttling around, flying it, or just flying it. You know, sport flying it. No trying to conserve battery, you know, specifically to test it or anything. We just were out flying it. He flew it hard and sometimes and not, and I did the same thing. I landed it, you know, and then, you know, we pulled it over and he went and got his tester and he came back and it was still at 52%. So it's super conservative on battery, that plane. So I'm thinking about, since it's still, they're selling that one right now with a free battery as well. And it'll be another smart battery. So I might just pull the trigger on that one. And if I do, I'll have 2 smart batteries. So I might buy the Checker just so I can set the auto discharge feature, because I think that's cool as shit. That's a great plan. But anyway, so no complaints at all on the battery pack that I got for free or the plane. Everything. This was a great buy. I can't tell you enough what a great buy this was. So, William Decker, I see some more faces in here. We're up to 35. Fantastic, guys. Thank you so much. Oh, I just saw a name I didn't see before. Who was that? Let me back up. Oh, Pay It Forward. Welcome. Good to see you here. Yeah, I know I'm missing some of the stuff in the chat here, guys, because you guys are, you know, I'm talking and I'm playing with the camera and stuff, so the chat's rolling. So I'm gonna miss some of the stuff. I'm trying to get it all. I'm going back and looking, but I'm gonna miss some of it. So if I didn't answer it, ask it again. You know, it's not a big deal. I'm just trying to get, if there's any questions that I need to address here. The wingspan of this, it's not as wide as the Avanti, and the Avanti I think is, I want to say the Avanti is like close to 1200, I thought. So this is probably 1,000 millimeter, I would guess, the wingspan, right around that. I'd say 1,000, 1,050 maybe is what I'm guessing. I don't have the specs in front of me. I can look them up, but by the time somebody else will have it on the screen before I can open another window, go to Horizon, go to the page, look at the specs. Somebody else will already have it on here. So, but I would guess it's around 1,000. It's less than the Avanti. The Avanti's got more, but the Avanti, I think there's more wing area on this plane because it's thicker this way than the Avanti, I think. So I think there's might be, if not more, they're pretty close to the same wing area, but the Avanti's got more span because it's narrower. So, yeah, that's a good point, Dave. Thank you. That's a good point about the smart checker. It does more than just check batteries. It's a servo tester. It's a USB device charger. You're right. It does a lot of extra stuff. So that's a really good point, Dave. So, yes. Yeah, I would say if there was something I was going to buy in the smart category that might be worth buying, is definitely that checker. Because it'll check dumb batteries, smart batteries, but it also gives you the ability to charge like your cell phone and do a if you want. I don't have a servo tester, so if I buy that, I'll now have a servo tester, so it's good for that. So yeah, it's got some great technology. So yeah, thank you, Dave. That's good to know. Yeah, I think that's definitely something worth having, I think. I can't say I have any complaints over that. That's a really good, and it's got a nice display on it because I remember Ryan showing the display, and yeah, I like it. So it's a little pricey, but it does a lot. So for that, I'd say it's probably a good idea. So anyway, I just wanted to show you guys that. And I've been talking about it, but I just wanted to show you that, you can buy this FrSky radio and still fly all your Spectrum stuff on it. Simple. It's very easy to set up. It binds exactly like a regular radio. Once you turn this bay on, okay, there's a button on here to push to bind, just like you do on your transmitter. So you set the airplane up, you set it up to use this bay to fly the plane. You plug in the radio, the receiver, and it's in the quickie flash, ready to bind mode. This is off, and you just hold the button and turn the switch on. And you hold the button until this starts flashing, and it binds exactly like it would bind if it was a real Spectrum radio. And then everything works. And then you can use all the, I have slow down feature on here to slow the flaps down.
0 miles per hour.
So, I don't know if that just, hang on a second, let me get back to the others. Yeah, so you can see how slow the flap's moving. Okay, because I have the slow down capability in the radio, just like Wes was showing in, and I think this radio is much easier to set up than his. So it does everything. It does, and I'm going to show you all the cool things it could say. Just what I have already loaded. I could put music on it. I don't know if there's music on this. So I have a couple of funny things on this one, but you probably can't hear it. Let me.
Not that one. Please don't talk to me. I'm busy. Not that one.
I've got a better one I'm going to show you here in a minute. It's got more funny stuff on it, but yeah, I've got the Airwolf music in here. I've got the Danger Zone is in here. And I'm gonna play the other radio's got a better speaker in it, so I'm gonna get the other radio because you'll be able to hear it better. But it's the same. It's got the Amber package in it, and she says some funny ass shit. So you can program this radio to say anything you want, and you can use any voice you want. You can use your own voice. You can have your wife's voice. If you've got a secretary at work or somebody that's got a real sexy voice, listen. You take her a big long sheet with all the things you want it to say, gear up, gear down, whatever, and you have her record it for you, into a tape recorder, to a phone, whatever, doesn't matter. And she says all those things on the list. You go home, you program them all on the radio, and now you'll have her voice telling you all the things you want to hear. So you can put your own voice in it. You can do whatever you want with this radio. Picture files, if you want the actual picture of the airplane that you're flying, you can either grab it off the internet, take your own picture, and then you can load the picture in here. It's going to be black and white. It's not a color screen. It's $180, guys. All right? No color screen. $180. All right? But it still does all of this cool stuff. So you can put your own pictures in there, your own voice in there, whatever voice you want, say whatever you want. It does all of it. No, you can't type it right on the screen like Wes was doing. But on the flip side of that, he only has a one voice capability on that audio, what do they call that, an audio simulator or whatever, and the voice is not that great. So some of the stuff she says is not clearly, it doesn't come out as clear as it can. If you go online and pick other voice synthesizers that you can type a message into and have it read it back to you, you can pick better voices that are clearer to hear and load those in your radio. So I think the only voice one I did was the word stall, because when I set this up, I set it up in one of my planes. When you're coming at yourself, straight at yourself, trying to land, it's very hard to tell how fast the plane's going. So you might be slowing down to stall, right in that stall area, and you really don't know it because you can't tell how fast it's going. So with the GPS in the plane, I was able to overcome that. So I figured out how fast, I did some flybys and figured out how fast was getting stalling, and then I bumped it up 5 miles an hour. So it was 41 miles an hour where it was a nice landing speed. And what I did was I set the radio that when my airspeed is less than 41 miles an hour, the radio says stall. Okay? So now I'm coming in at myself with and it's activated by the flaps. So you put the flaps down, that activates that sensor. I'm coming at myself. If I drop below 41 miles an hour, it starts saying stall, 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 just like a real plane would do. So I know to increase the throttle a little bit to get out of the stall warning. Okay? Big help. Huge help. That was life-changing, for lack of a better word. Because there were times when I'm using the runway that's coming right at myself because of the way the wind direction was. And on that one airplane, it was very tough. It has a bad tip stall characteristic when it gets too slow. So I put that in there to stop that, and it worked perfect. And now I just make sure I fly that plane with the GPS in it. I don't put the GPS in all my planes. I have the battery telemetry in all my planes. All my free sky receiver planes, and I put it in a lot of the Spectrum stuff if I think there might be an issue with the battery. Now, a lot of these planes have been flying so long, I know exactly how long I can fly them on the battery pack I have in it. So I have the timer set, and it's no problem. I can easily, I don't have a problem with those. But anytime it's questionable, I just put that in. I put the telemetry in the plane. It's that easy to put in. And then I don't have to worry about it. It's giving me my battery voltages while I'm flying. And I started to say earlier, Rich Baker is a real pilot, RC Informer. He hates his radio to talk to him. Now, I find that kind of funny, because any of you guys that know real airplanes or pilots, real pilots, you know that an airliner talks to you all the time. That thing is constantly telling him, that he's, you know, minimums. You know, when you're I mean, for a job, he flies a real airplane that talks to him, but he doesn't want his radio to talk to him. I just think that's kind of funny. I don't know why he doesn't want his radio to talk, but you don't have to have it talk to you. If you don't want it to talk, it won't talk. You can just push the button and put the screen up that's got the battery voltage on it, and you can actually look down at the screen and see your batteries if you really want to do that. I don't want to take my eyes off my airplane, so I like the audible. I like the radio to talk to me. I don't like it to talk constantly. I only do that to demonstrate sometimes when I do a video. But I have it, you know, every, you know, 11 to 17 seconds usually. I get my battery voltages until it's time to land. Once the battery voltage drops to a certain point, then it picks it up like every 6 seconds. It's giving me my battery voltage when it's in the critical range. And I also have the radio say, you know, it's time for you to land is almost critical. And then when it's critical, she says, you should really think about landing. So, again, it's comical. It says funny stuff. So, yeah, so that's a couple of things it says. And I set all that up in the radio so that I get all this audible warning because I like it talking to me. I like knowing what's going on. Now, when I first take off, it's not talking to me at all because there's nothing for it to tell me other than gear up when I hit the gear switch, flaps up, flaps down, that kind of stuff when you hit the switch. But just normal talking to me, the only thing I have it telling me, and I think I have it telling me every 11 or 15 seconds, is my throttle position. So it'll say 17, which means it's 17 above half throttle. Anything negative is below half throttle. So when I'm flying a jet, it's usually saying negative 23, negative 26, you know, because most of my jets fly in the negative. I fly them below half throttle. They're still doing 70, 80 miles an hour. But the prop planes are usually above half throttle, so they're usually positive numbers. So it just says 26, 32, whatever. And that's just giving me my throttle position. And it only happens every 11 to 17 seconds, somewhere in there. It's not till the batteries get low that it starts really talking to me. And then when I put the flaps down, I also get airspeed warnings if I drop below 41. And, you can set all that stuff up on conditions. If this condition exists, it's going to do that. If that condition doesn't exist, it doesn't say anything. It's not going to tell you anything, it's not going to say anything. But in certain conditions, if you want it to say something, you set that up, and that's what I do. So it gives you that capability. So let me just spin the plane around. Let me do this real quick before we get before I turn this off, and I'm gonna just give you a quick look around here. Let me pick it up. This jet's small enough that I can move it around in here without beating it all up. So here's the front view. Kind of a 3/4 front view here. And here's a nice profile view. I can put the gear up. Okay, so there's a nice, profile. It's a nice looking jet, guys. I got to tell you, it really is a beautiful jet. It's pretty cool. There's the intakes. You can see the fan in there. I got nice big intakes. No cheater hole. The bottom of the plane's clean. No cheater hole in the bottom. That's, you see how wide the gear is? Oh my God. I mean, when the gear, look at it. I mean, the gear's up. Look how far apart these wheels are. Holy mackerel. I mean, that's just nuts. They're super far apart. So it's stable on the ground. You're never going to tip this thing over on a wingtip. It ain't never going to happen. Not with those far apart the wheels are. You'll never tip this onto a wingtip. Once it's on the ground. I'm saying, you make a sharp turn. I don't think it's going to tip over. I seriously doubt it. As far out as those wheels are, I really doubt that it would tip over. Yeah. It's just a good quality jet, guys. I really happy with this one. I think with the free battery pack right now, it's still going on screaming good deal. I just can't tell you that I absolutely would recommend it. If you haven't bought this, if you want a jet, I would even say this can be your first jet as long as you've got a lot of experience. Now, if you're coming right out of an apprentice, then no, this isn't your first jet. You shouldn't be going to a jet from the apprentice. Okay, guys, I know you guys, I want to fly jets, but it's not a smart move to go from an apprentice that you've just mastered and jump right into something like this. You're not going to be happy. Shit happens fast with this, okay? Real fast. And you're just not going to be ready for it. So, you know, but if you've got a lot of warbird experience, a lot of prop plane warbird experience, you've been out of your apprentice for 2 or 3 years, then yes, this can be your first jet. I think it can handle that. But, you know, too many guys want to jump right out of an apprentice into a jet. And, I mean, we're talking about light year difference, you know, because this thing's fast. You know, 122 miles an hour. Listen, when something goes wrong at that speed, you don't have time to think about it. You know, it's going to be in the ground before you're going to think, oh, geez, what do I need to do here? It's crashed. It's already in the ground.
Transmitter battery low.
Transmitter battery low. Wow, that's a first. I've never gotten that warning before. Wow. I did a lot of flying with it, though. I flew it all day Saturday and then some today. So I'm bringing this one out because this is the SE edition. So it's at $60 more than that one, but you get a lot of stuff for your $60. You know, you get this cool hydro dip case. It's got better switches. It's got the holograph gimbals in it, not the pot gimbals. It's got removable antenna. It's got better stick grips. These are big wide grips, and it also comes with this with the case. Okay, for an extra $60 you get all of that, which is a screaming deal. So if you got the extra $60, buy the SE version for sure. But if you don't want to spend the money on it, you don't have to. Listen, this radio is almost 6 years old. I haven't worn anything out on it yet. I've broken a couple of switches. I ordered the switches and replaced them. But the gimbals are fine. I haven't worn nothing out. It's, 6 years and a lot of flying. A lot of flying, guys. So, yeah, I'm not... So let me unplug this and power the radio down. And we can...
22 dB telemetry lost.
So you just heard it tell me that telemetry was lost because it lost, I unplugged the battery. So it automatically, and that's automatic, by the way. You don't even have to program that one. It tells you when your telemetry, because you can have the telemetry warning. It comes 2 different ways. It's already auto-programmed that I think at 40, I think it was at 45 dB. It just says telemetry low. Doesn't say what it is. I programmed it to give me a number. So once it drops below, I don't know, I don't remember what I set it at, but maybe 37, because I really didn't want it talking that much. And then I changed the 45 to way even lower than that. Instead of just saying telemetry low, she gives me the number. 37 dB 37, or 37 dB, or 28 dB. It tells me what my telemetry is. It doesn't just warn me that it's low. It tells me how low. So that's another thing you can set up. Easy enough.
Welcome to OpenTX. Throttle warning. Switch warning. Gear down, flaps up.
Okay, so here's something else that you can do with this radio. It's 16 channels. You've got knobs. We've got sliders. We've got switches all over the place.
Flaps up.
3-position, 2-position switches. So I put my volume control on this knob right here. So I can adjust my volume from here
Flaps up.
on the fly.
Flaps down. Flaps half.
Okay? I don't have to go in like Wes was doing with the, you have to touch the screen and then push the slider up and down. you just grab the knob and turn it while you're flying. You don't have to stop flying or anything. You do it on the fly. So if a guy starts up a gas plane right next to where you're standing and you can't hear your radio, you turn the volume up right there on the fly. Just turn the volume up. It was easy to set that up. Everything in this radio is easy to set up. I mean, it really is. This is such a phenomenal radio, and for 180 bucks, I mean, my God, it's just incredible what this thing can do. So let me put it on.
Not that one. Please don't talk to me. I'm busy.
There's the Airwolf music. So I put that in the radio. It's very easy to do. Yeah, Photon, I mean, and it does a lot more. I'm only tipping the iceberg right now. You just wouldn't believe what this thing can do. So there's the Airwolf. You can download, and there's another thing you can do. If you don't want a timer telling you when it's time to land, you can actually set the thing up. Let me turn it down a little bit. You can actually set it up to play a song. Say this, for instance. If this is a 5-minute tune, and you know that the plane, you know, 5 minutes, you got a 5-minute timer, it's time to land in 5 minutes. Okay, we'll just have the song start at the beginning of the flight. Fly while the music's playing, and then when the song ends, okay, it's time to land. Simple, you know. So you can actually set it up to do that, because you can trigger it to move with the throttle. You know, as soon as you move the throttle, the timer starts. I always set up dual timers. Let me switch back to Raptor Cam here. And so I always have dual timers. Okay. And you see one says THL. No, I'm sorry, THT it says. And the other one says TH%. Let me get over here a little bit. Well, that's kind of getting... Oh, it just stopped. All right, let me start it again. Damn that thing. Hate it when it does that. Slight technical difficulty. Okay. So, if I can get the glare out of it and the shadow out of it, and you can see the two timers. So, so what that means is the THT throttle means that it starts and stops.
96.
Or no, I'm sorry.
96.
Once you start the timer, it runs continuously. The THT is continuous. You also have one other choice. It's THS, which stops. So if you throttle down, it stops. If you throttle up, it runs. But it runs normal speed. Then the percentage one runs faster as you throttle up. So if you're running at full throttle, it's running at regular time. But as you slow the thing down, the timer slows down. So it's a percentage of basically, it's a throttle position timer. So the slower you're flying, the slower the clock's running. So you can dial that in to each plane and each battery you're running in the plane to give you a more accurate battery usage. Because as you're pushing the plane harder, the timer's running faster. And as you back it off to conserve, the timer backs off. So you're getting a more accurate, once you dial it in, you're going to get a much more accurate
5.0
battery usage. And you can really dial that in. And that's only useful, I only have the timers running for preference. The telemetry's telling me when it's time to land. I don't use the timers for that. I only use the timer to gauge how long I've been up and how long the flight was, because once it gets to 0, then it starts running in the negative, and it stops notifying you. So it won't notify you once it starts running in the negative, but it keeps running. So at the end of the flight, if I'm 5 minutes negative and the timer was set for 6 minutes, it was an 11-minute flight. And I used that at the end just to see how long I was flying. But I don't use the timers for, when it's time to land. I have telemetry in the plane. when she tells me it's time to land, that's when I land. You know, when the battery voltage is at 3.7 volts, 3.6 volts, or the pack voltage is basically 3.6 times this number of cells.
4.0.
When it reaches pack voltage, that's my first clue that, okay, I'm really running out of battery here. I'm not critical by any means. I have plenty of time to land, but I'm not going to do a vertical maneuver at this point. My batteries are too low to do anything crazy. I'm not going to try to do a vertical or a loop or anything like that, but yes, I can still fly around. So that's why I have them set the way they do, so that I get audible warnings. It just gives me an idea, you know, when I start getting a low battery voltage, okay, so now I know this is not a time to go vertical. This is not a time to make a high-speed pass. Battery voltage is below where I want it to be. So yeah, we're not gonna do something stupid like that. Thank you, Ryan. I had it on that because I was trying to keep RaptorCam alive, but I'll fix it. So
3.0.
So anyway, so that's why I have dual timers on it, because I used to use it for, before I was running the telemetry all the time, I used to use it for that. So let me, I'm going to put it on, I think it's this plane, this quad.
Switch warning. Horizon mode. 3D hobby shop.
Yeah.
Fly the best. You're fun. Was it meant to do that? Negative, Ghost Rider. The pattern is full. Oh, do that again. Bad attitude.
Okay, so here's all the funny. This isn't all she says, but this is some of the funny stuff she says. I got a lot of them on here too. You know, there's some just regular.
Yeah. Oh, do that again. Acro mode. Angle mode. Horizon mode. If you flick that switch one more time, shit is about to get real. Negative, Ghost Rider. The pattern is full. Aren't you forgetting something? Please don't talk to me. I'm busy. Bad attitude. That didn't suck at all. Well, shit. 3D hobby shop. Fly the best. Not that one. Oh, I like that one. Do it again. You're fat. You really should think about landing. It is time for you to land. Was it meant to do that?
Okay, so that I've got all the switches on this particular one, because while we're this is a quadcopter, and while we're flying the race course FPV, we've all got our goggles on. We can't see each other or anything, but we can hear. So while we're racing around, I can start flipping these switches that don't do anything but make her talk. And while we're flying, we can hear, and everybody at the table starts laughing because, you know, when she says,
not that one. You're
you know, that's pretty funny, you know, especially if I'm following a guy and he hits the gate. You know, I saw him hit the gate. I can hit that switch, you know, because I saw that you just crashed. So that's pretty funny. So that's some of the stuff that she can say, and she can say anything else you want it to say. Like I say, you can go to one of those generators, and there's some really good ones out there. I used to use one called Acapella, which it's got a lot of different voices, and you know, you can pick an Australian accent, Indian accent, British accent, Australian, German, a lot of different accents, and then a lot of different languages too. So if you wanted to say something in a different language, you can pick that as well. And then you just, after you select what you want, you type in the box what you want her to say, and then you hit, you know, play, and she plays it in that voice and accent. And then you just save the file, and then you download the file into a word processor that can, well, it's not really a word processor, it's a audio processor where you have to turn it from to put it in this radio, you have to change it from stereo to mono, you have to put it on a certain megahertz wavelength, and then you can, you know, just load it straight into the into the radio, and then you can set it on every switch or whatever you wanted to put it on, and it's in there. So, and I have some other stuff in there. Like I said, I've got Danger Zone in there. I've got, I don't know I can't remember all the models I've got this stuff programmed to, but I think maybe, pretty sure I've got Danger Zone in this.
Gears down, flaps up.
Yeah. And of course it's kind of long, but that's the beauty of having the volume knob, is I can just turn it off. You know, I can turn it up. So just turn it down so it's in the background. So like I said, there's so much you can do with this radio for 180 bucks. It's crazy. And you can still fly your airplane. On top of all of that, you can fly your airplane. And you can fly multiple platforms. Listen, they make these modules in a lot of different, you know, if you've got a lot of Futaba gear, for instance, you can buy a Futaba module and put it in the back of this. If you've got, there was one called a Sani, I think. One of the guys out in the field was flying it. He had a module for that, so he put that in his radio because he had a lot of Asani stuff. So it was, he had the Free Sky and the Asani. I have a lot of Spectrum stuff, so I have the Free Sky and the Spectrum. So all my airplanes that I've bought all these years, I fly all of them on this. So now that I have the two radios, what I've been doing, because it's got a 60 model memory expandable to 250. So each radio has 60 model memory. So what I did was, if it's flying the Spectrum protocol, I have it in this radio, okay? And if it's flying the, am I in the wrong camera again? Yeah, I am. Sorry, guys. Let me fix that. There we go. Does she say ooh? No, not off, right off. She doesn't, but she says oh shit. But you can make her say ooh. Actually, that voice, it's called the Amber package, and that voice, I believe, came from one of the software, the OpenTX guys. I think it's his wife, if I remember right. Or it's one of the guys from 3D Hobby Shop's wife. I can't remember. But he had her record all that stuff. And it's a giant list of stuff. I'm only demoing some of the ones I think were the funniest, but there's a whole lot of stuff in there, she says. But if it's a Spectrum plane, I fly it on this radio, because this is the one that's got the Spectrum module in it. And if it's a Free Sky, I don't have a module in this radio, so I fly it on this one. And that's how I broke them up, so that I basically have like 30 models on one and 30 on the other. It doesn't work out exactly that, but about. So I've got plenty of expansion room right now with these two radios to 120 airplanes without putting, all you got to do is put an SD card in it, and you can jump it up to 250 per radio just by putting an SD card in it. So I think that's probably way more than enough. It is for me. I'm not going to run out of airplane. I'll probably never have that many airplanes. You know, at that point, they're not all going to be flying. If I've got, 200 airplanes, they're not all going to be flyable. Because I'm not going to have 200 receivers. At some point, I'm going to be robbing Peter to pay Paul. I'm going to be taking receivers out of that plane that I'm not going to fly for a while and put it in another plane. And sometimes the way I do that too, if I'm sharing a receiver, the title on my screen will be a dual title. So it'll say, like the abbreviation for Bird of Time, BOT, and then it'll say 0. Okay, /0. So I either have it in my Bird of Time glider, or I have it in my Japanese 0. And I know I can switch it back and forth, and the radio stays set up. They're on different, they're different models on the list, but they're sharing the same receiver. So I don't even have to reprogram it, because I've programmed it to use the same. You can assign a receiver number in here. So if I've got, that's why, like when I move this from the protocol for the that receiver and the battery telemetry is set on receiver 05. Okay, so all my Spectrum planes, I set the FrSky receiver to 05, so that when I plug that into whatever plane it is, the telemetry works automatically because the receiver in that one is already set to 05. And that's just how I do it, so I know that whatever plane I put it in, as long as it's whatever Spectrum plane I put it in, if I want the telemetry to work, I just have to make sure that that receiver is set to 05. I don't have to rebind it. I just put it in the plane and it works. So when I'm sharing a receiver, that's what I do. I make sure that those two planes are on 62 or 48, whatever. So the 0 and the bird of time are both on 48. So it doesn't matter which plane I put it in. When I switch from on the list from bird of time to the 0, I don't have to rebind it. It stays bound to both planes, and all of the trim settings stay separate because they're on separate, I don't want to say protocols, but they're on separate planes in the list. So I don't have to retrim, I don't have to rebind, everything works perfect, and I can just swap it back and forth. So when I start swapping receivers, I usually mark it that way so that I know what receiver what plane I took that receiver out of, so that I don't have to do a rebind and a retrim and all that. I can just dump it back and forth. So that's another thing I can do to save money, and because I don't want to buy 100 receivers. I got enough. My God, I have to have at least 60 receivers right now. Now some of them, like this one, came in the plane, but I've had to buy some too. And I've got orange receivers, I've got lemon receivers, I've got a couple of a no-name brand, I don't even know what they are. And then I've got a bunch of FrSky stuff. I haven't bought any aftermarket FrSky stuff. I just buy the real thing. They're too cheap not to. The 6-channel ones with telemetry, the smart port with telemetry, were $23, and the 8 channels are $30. It's just no reason to be shopping for aftermarket crap. Yeah, the jumper radio is pretty cool. I'm going to tell you guys, I can't badmouth the jumper radio. I don't think, I know for me it's not necessary that it has 80 different protocols in it. I mean, it'll fly anything, that jumper radio. It flies FlySky and FrSky and Spectrum and Tactic, and I mean the list goes on and on and on. All these cheapy, ready to fly helicopters and airplanes that you can buy that all have all these different protocols. The jumper radio pretty much will do all of them. It might take you a while to figure out, which protocol the one you're trying to fly. You might have to fool it a while to find it if you don't know, because they don't tell you usually what the protocol is. You're just going to have to guess. And eventually you'll find it. But yeah, the jumper radio has everything in it. But I don't think it talks. I don't think it talks the way this one does. I don't think you can program the talking. I don't know that much about the jumper radio. I was a real fan of the first one that was dirt cheap. It was like $80. It did all the protocol. The radio was small, compact, throw it in your bag, easy. You want to take a drone and, it was pretty cool. But now they've made the thing full size, and they've added all this extra stuff now, and now the price is jumping up to the price of this. Well, I don't need it to fly, FlySky and all that other protocol, because I don't have anything that flies on that. So this is the better buy for me. But that's just, But it was interesting that they did that. Like I said, the first one was like $80, and it was for $80, and it would fly anything. It was pretty cool. Now that they've put it in a full-size radio and jumped the price up to $159 or whatever, it's too close to this radio, and I don't need all those protocols, so I'm not interested in the radio. And I don't think it does telemetry. I could be wrong. I'm not sure. So let me see what else. I've missed some of the chat here. Let me back up again and see what I missed. Oh, you guys are so funny. What does the plus mean on that radio? Okay, that's a good question. Originally, the Tyrannus came out, and I'm not positive it had OpenTX in it originally or not, but it had a protocol that I don't know if there was a problem with it or not, but they changed it, so they're not compatible. You can't use if you've got receivers that work on the Tyrannus that are set up for the Tyrannus, it won't work with a plus, and vice versa. It's not. Now you can reprogram the radio to work. I'm not sure you can put the plus firmware in the regular Tyrannus. I think you can. I'm not positive. So when they went to the new protocol with the OpenTX and everything, they just, because it was a whole new firmware they loaded in it, they just called it the plus. So it's just a firmware upgrade. The transmitters are identical in every way other than the firmware. So that's what the plus stood for. Now both of these are pluses, but my original one is it's on 2.0, the firmware date code or version is 2.0, and the new one's on 2.1. And in my opinion, the 2.0 is way better than the 2.1. I don't upgrade my stuff. I'm a firm believer, if it's not broke, don't fix it. So I've never updated either one of these radios. The 2.1 is going to go back to 2.0. It's just not... I've been leaving it on 2.1 for now, so that when my viewers contact me with questions about 2.1, I can answer them. Because before I knew 2.1 pretty well, but I didn't have a radio to confirm or test. I had to borrow a radio. So when I bought this one and it came on 2.1, I left it on 2.1. I've left it on there way longer than I originally planned. I said I would have it off by Christmas last year. And Christmas this year's already passed, and I still haven't switched it to 2.0. And now they're at 2.3, I think, 2.2 or 2.3, and it's totally different again. And I'm not going to upgrade my radio. Listen, there's other guys on here that are really good at this radio also. A guy named... and you guys know him, something 360. I forget his name. Painless 360, I think it is. Real nice guy, super knowledgeable. He's been updating his radio, and he does a lot of stuff on the Tyrannus radio. So he's pretty good. He's very good. So he's been up to date on this stuff. So I don't need to redo what he's already doing. But I had a lot of loyal guys that were asking me questions about 2.0 that I couldn't answer without borrowing my buddy's radio, and now I can answer them. So I've been taking care of that, but I'm at the point now where I'm just fed up with the 2.1, and I'm going to go back. I'm going to put the 2.0, I'm going to copy that onto a brand new SD card and put it in that radio and let it reprogram it to that, and then both radios will be on 2.0, and I'll be very happy, because I don't like 2.1. It's not a huge difference, but like I said, 2.0 was perfect, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I want to put 2.0 back on the old radio because it just works better. It does everything the way it's supposed to without any mucking around. It just works perfect. It doesn't need to be updated. I don't know why they keep updating it, but the more they update, the more they screw it up. So let me see what else I've missed here. Just doing a quick scan here to see if I see any other questions that need answering. Yeah, I got several of your messages to change the camera. Thank you guys. I appreciate the director. You guys can sit in the director chair anytime. I appreciate the input. Thank you very much. I don't get offended at all when you guys are waking me up from forgetting that I've got the camera in the wrong place. So those are very welcome comments. So bring them. I don't have any issue with that. Any help running the show. You're all my Lori. Okay, all of you guys are my Lori. So I don't have a Lori sitting here. So you're my Lori. Oh, that's another thing. So how long does it take my radio to boot up when you... First of all, it's not a push button switch. It is now. The new radio is, which I'm not a fan of. But you just switch it on. Okay, it's on.
Welcome to OpenTX.
And then you don't have to have this. Okay, so it's a switch warning, and you don't have to have that either. But I have the switches set that if they're not in the all back position, it gives me a switch warning, and it won't boot up. But the little intro screen is, you set it for how long it's on there or turn it off. So, and then to turn it off, it just turns off. There's no waiting. And the same thing when you switch models. There's no waiting. You go down the list, you pick the one, you press select, hit enter, and it's on. Boom, it's on. There's no waiting for the progression line to go over and switch. None of that. It's just, it goes from one to the other instantly. I mean, instantly. There's no wait at all. You press the button and it goes to the next thing, and you're ready to fly it. So the only lag at all, it usually takes about 2 seconds. If I switch from a free sky plane to a Spectrum plane, it takes 2 seconds for the module to turn on. Once I hit the button, I think it like flashes twice and then it's on. The module in the bay. So there's a slight delay for 2 seconds while that module boots up. But other than that, there's no delay. It's instantaneous. So there's none of this big long waiting because they didn't put a fast enough processor in it. Because you paid $600 for a slow-ass processor. Listen, I'm only picking on it because Wes was picking on it, okay? I think it's only fair that if, Wes is ragging on it, then I can rag on it. So, he loves the radio and he's ragging on it. So, Yeah, this checker, Fred, I agree. I'm gonna have to pull the trigger on that. Since it's a servo checker, and you can charge something like a cell phone or something off of it. Yeah, that's. I just might have to get that checker. And, for the record, I've been charging my batteries off of other batteries for years. Okay, before I bought the generator, I would charge, I think I have between 4,000 and 5,000 milliamp 4-cell packs, okay? Fully charged, they're right about 18 volts, which is in the window of the charger will accept that voltage as input. So I go out to the flying field and I have that battery sitting on the table, plugged into my charger, and I peak charge all my batteries at the field off of that one battery. Okay? I pre-charge them at home, and then when I get to the field, I peak them off before I fly them. And those batteries will run all day. I mean, no problem. I never run out of batteries. If I have to recharge one, it'll do that too. If it's a 2200, 3-cell. It's not going to charge a 5,000 6-cell pack. I mean, I'd go through 2 or 3 of those batteries to take a dead 5,000 6-cell pack and fully charge it. But if I want to recharge an 1800 to a 2200 3-cell pack, I've got enough voltage in these, 4 batteries to do that more than once and get away with it, and then peak charge everything else all day long. And that's what I used to do until I bought the generator. I've been doing that for years, and it works great. So I made up a cord that would, go right from the input, because your charger has an XT60 plug in it for an external battery to plug in. Instead of plugging it into the wall, you can charge it off of a battery. And so that's what I do. I also have it set up where I can hook it directly to the car battery. So if I want to charge a 6-cell pack at 10 amps because I'm in a hurry, I can do that too. I have all that. And you'd be surprised, guys. I don't know if you've tried this or not. I made up a special cord. I think it's 10 gauge wire to an XT60 with big alligator clips on it. And it's only about this long, okay? I can jumpstart somebody's car with one of those 4-cell packs. And it works fantastic. It blows people's mind when hey, you got jumper cables? Oh no, I got this covered. And I come over there with a battery pack in my hand for my airplane, and they look at me like, "What are you gonna do with that? It's just gonna jump your car." No, it's not. Oh, yes, it is. Watch this. And I put the clamp. You gotta do the clamps first, guys, because if you plug it into the battery and then the clamps hit each other, boom. So yeah, put the clamps on the battery first, on the car battery, and then you take your XT60 and plug it into the battery, and then you tell the guy, okay, go ahead and hit the starter, and it'll start the car right up. So if you haven't tried that, man, that's a showstopper. You'll blow everybody's mind with that one. When you pull that off the first time, they're just going to shake their head in disbelief. It'll start the car right up. I mean, it cranks. It's not a it's a man. I mean, it sounds like you got a brand new 750 amp battery in the car. It's amazing what it does. It's amazing. So yeah, if you haven't tried it, put yourself one together and go give it a shot. It'll blow your mind. So yeah, so I always have that wire with me, and I'm always ready to jumpstart somebody's car that's been charging batteries all day off his car and killed it. Not a problem. I don't have to bring jumper cables anymore. I just use a battery pack and go start their car for them. It's pretty funny. So what else we got here? Waiting to see if there's any bugs they need to work out first. What are we talking about, Fireman? What are they working bugs out of? I'm not backing all the way up. Yeah, Fred. I know Ryan loves the stuff. I don't blame him. It's pretty cool. I don't think I'm going to pull the trigger and buy a lot of it. It depends. It depends if I fall in love with these smart batteries and they're really working good, and then I might have to go that route. And that's why they're giving these batteries away right now, is they're trying to get them in our hands so we all get all ooh-ah over what they do, and then start buying the chargers and the power supplies and all the other paraphernalia that goes with it. It's marketing. It's genius. These guys, they're definitely thinking. And they made it all reverse. It's the IC5 connector works with the EC5 connector. It's not a different connector. It just has a pin in the middle. I mean, that's genius. So it'll work with the old stuff and the new stuff. I mean, it's brilliant. So, yeah, they were thinking there. That was a good idea. George Watts. I guess he's probably already gone. Have a good night. If you're not gone, have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. I didn't say anything, Kenny. I don't care. What are you talking about, Photon? Did I accuse you of saying something? If I did, I'm sorry. I don't think I did, but yeah, they are, Ryan. I mean, but I'll be honest with you. You and Motion are a big part of why they are, because when I had my hobby shop 30 years ago, Horizon was one of my distributors, and they were a pain in my ass. So Motion made them step up to the plate. And you had a lot to do with it. Your videos sold so many airplanes for Motion, and their business profile, how they were going to do customer service, made Horizon a better company because they had to step up to keep up. And in a big way, you're a lot responsible for that. "30 minutes late to the punchline." Yeah, that's, you know. I'm old and slow. You know, that's what happens when you get old. Yeah. So what other questions have you got about this radio compared to an IX-12 or 20? Or anything else about the HAVOC? Another thing, and Ryan, I don't know why you didn't emphasize this. Maybe you better re-look at it, but that... I think it's called the EC 1500, the twin-engine Coast Guard looking airplane. I flew one today. And we flew it for... We were sport flying it. We weren't trying to conserve energy. We weren't doing anything special. We were just flying the airplane. So the guy that owns the property was out flying it, and I walked over and we were talking, and he says, "Hey, you want to fly it?" And I said, "Yeah, actually, I would like to fly it." So he gave it to me. So he was already flying it for like 5 or 6 minutes, and I flew it for another 4 or 5 minutes. Had a 4,000 four-cell in it. So, and I did some loops and rolls with it, did a couple of verticals, and so did he. And then I was cruising the rest of the time. We like slowing it down because the prop sound is really cool when you slow it down. It's got a real scale sounding because of the way the blades are. It's 5 blades and they're curved, and it has a really unique sound. It sounds just like the real one. So we slowed it down so we could hear the prop noise and stuff. So we landed the plane after 10 minutes, and he put his battery tester on it, and it had 52% left in the battery. So that thing is so efficient on battery that getting a 20-minute flight out of a 4,000 pack would be easy, you know, if you're cruising. And for sure, you know, you can get 10, 15 minutes being pretty damn aggressive with it. It's amazing. It's a twin-engine plane, and it's amazing how efficient it is on the battery. So, you know, and this isn't the first time he's shown me this. He keeps bragging about it. Every time he flies it, he always brings his battery checker over and shows me. You know, we were watching it fly for at least 10 minutes, and then he brings me it over and 48%, 52%. It's always, you know, he's only used half the battery. So it's amazing. It really is. Oh my God. Dave, you're actually going to buy a Jumper radio? Oh, that's true. You're not mad at Jumper. You're mad at Free Sky for what they did to Jumper for copying their protocol. Well, you know, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but Horizon did the same thing. When everybody started the frequency hopping, you know, Spectrum sued everybody, saying that that was proprietary to them and they couldn't use it, and they lost. But Horizon tried the same thing back in the day. When they came out with their, you know, DSMX frequency hopping, and everybody else started doing it too, Horizon was all over everybody's ass, and they were suing everybody, and they lost. And but it was the same thing. So, just to be fair, listen, I don't like what Free Sky did either. I'm not happy about their attitude that if you're going to sell Jumper, you can't sell our stuff. I think that's pretty damn childish. It's definitely a Chinese mentality because that's the way they think over there. So you know it's a Chinese company that's running the show. They're very, very childish. And I thought that was a very childish maneuver. But I'm not going to stop buying the product. I'm not going to cut off my nose to spite my face. But I don't have to be happy about it, and I'm not. But You know, but I still love the equipment, and I'm going to keep buying it. When am I going to order a Banshee? You know, I'm not sure. Wait till I see what my schedule is at the new. I start my new job tomorrow. I can't wait to see how many hours I'm getting. I'm already getting more paid than I was at the old job per hour, and I know I'm going to get more hours because I was only getting 9 hours at the other place. So we'll see, you know, what the budget can handle. But I definitely want to get. I think the Banshee's the one I want because I wanted the damn. What was it called? The Navy version of it, the DB, the Dauntless. Anyway, Ryan had one. You know, Motion had it. You know, Free Sky made it, and I wanted one of those so bad, and it disappeared before I could get it, and I was so bummed. And now I've got an Army version of it with the same airplane. I'm in. You know, it looks like such good quality for the price that yeah, if I'm gonna buy, that's gonna be my first purchase is the Banshee for sure. I really like that plane. I love the red dive brakes when they're open, which is the way they were on the Navy version too. I just think that's so cool. That's a really pretty airplane, and the quality of that stuff looks so good. So yeah, it'll be a little while, but I would suspect sometime in 2020 I'm going to own one of those Banshees. I wouldn't say I'm going to guarantee it, but it's a pretty fair bet that I'll have one by the end of the year for sure. You know, by the end of next year. I'm not sure exactly when, but it's going to happen. I'm pretty certain I can say with certainty it's going to happen. It's a nice product. It really is. Sure, I've flown a couple of DJI drones. Listen, the flying is not the issue with DJI. They fly great. I mean, they're not idiots over there. Their stuff flies fantastic. It's all the limitations they put in the stuff is what I don't like. You know, I mean, if you live, you know, anywhere near an airport, you can't even boot the damn thing up to fly it in your backyard. Forget about going high or anything. It just won't boot up. You know, as soon as you go online, it's going to tell you you're within so many miles of an airport, and it won't work. And I think that's shit. You know, I mean, you know, I think they just have way too much control over their product. You know, you bought the product, you should be able to do what you want with it. They shouldn't be telling you how you can fly it. So that's my only bitch with DJI's products. They make a great product. There's several guys out at the field flying Mavics and the small one. What do they call that one? The Sport or Spirit or oh no, the Shark. What do they call that damn thing? The little one. Spark. Yeah, that's what it is. Spark. Yeah, great products. But I'm just not a fan of them telling me I can't fly it because I live too close to an airport. I just don't think it's their, you know. I mean, you know, I'm not renting the damn thing. I bought it. It's mine. I own it. It's mine. You know, I'll fly it where I want, when I want, how I want. You know, you're not gonna, you know, you shouldn't be telling me how I can fly it. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of that. But other than that, they make a wonderful product. You know, it's hard to fault anything from DJI. Their stuff just works. The quality's great. It works. You know, the guy that owns the field has a Mavic, and he's done more search and rescue to find people's downed airplanes. You know, from sitting at he just sits on the picnic bench under the canopy, and he sends it off, and he goes over where the guy said he crashed, and he goes over there and he finds it. You know, and they write down the GPS coordinates, and then we go out and get it. You know, he's done that. I can't even tell you how many times he's done that with his Mavic. It's great. You know, it's got great range. He can check almost his entire property from his house. You know, go out to make sure the gates are closed, that the cows are where they belong. You know, he just does it right from his house. He'll go out the back door and sit on a picnic bench in the backyard, and he'll send it off, and he'll go flying around his property just to make sure everything looks good. You know, he used to have to get in his mule or his Can-Am or whatever and drive around the property, and now he can do it with the Mavic. So, yeah, I think that's fantastic. It's hard to fault it, but you know, my only bitch is the way they control where you can fly it, when you can fly it if you live near an airport. I just don't think they should be doing that. I'm not a fan of that. I forbid you to buy a Jumper Pro, Dave. Absolutely, Dave. You're not allowed to buy it. You're going to have to buy a Free Sky. I forbid it. You're not buying a Jumper. Oh, my God. Oh, Jackson's here. Hello, Jackson's RC. Wait a minute. How do you do that? Jackson's RC. I don't know. You something like that. Oh, my God. Oh no, I've seen your antics quite a bit, Photon. I was playing around too much with what I was doing to read all the captions, so I missed the I missed the punchline. But yeah, you've missed all the boob talks. You haven't been here several times, and we had a lot of boob talk going on, and everybody was like, where's Photon? Yeah, where's Photon? We're talking about boobs. Where's Photon? See, I have right in the go zone around O'Hare that I can start up my Photon or my Phantom. What do you mean? Explain. You have some kind of waiver? Well, you work on airplanes there, don't you? You're a mechanic there. Right? Of course you've got clearance. That's not fair. What's going on tomorrow? Why would people not be at your work tomorrow, Dave? You're going to go in for 3.2 seconds just to confirm nobody's there. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Photon. You guys are such characters. Man, I love it when you guys are in my show. We really have fun here. When am I going to fly the Green Hornet? Is that the P-40? Is that what you're referring to as the Green Hornet? Listen, it was... I came home to finish it, and I think I'll have it finished tomorrow. I go to work tomorrow at 1:15. And I think it'll be finished before I go to work. So the build video, I'll do the final on the build video, and at the end of the video, I'm going to have it out in the driveway with me either like holding it or posing with it and talking the final bits about it in the driveway tomorrow before I go to work. And then it'll upload while I'm at work, and then when I get off work, I'll hit the publish and it'll go live. So because I don't have that much more to do, it's pretty much done, so it should go live tomorrow. Now shit happens all the time, especially around here, so it might not go live, but I'm pretty confident that it'll go live tomorrow. I think for sure I should have it done you know, we're that close. It should be, you know, the last things I got to do, you know, I've already preset it all up. I've got the wires pulled and everything, so I just got to put some contact cement on the tail surfaces and stick it on the plane, and that's done. The wires are already run. Everything's already run. Then I just got to plug them into the receiver. Then I just have to contact cement the cowl on, and then put the prop on. That's it. I mean, it's done. I mean, it shouldn't take very long to. I got to balance the prop, so that'll take a few minutes. I'll do that tonight. I don't need daylight or anything to do that. So I'll have the prop balanced tonight, and I'll probably have the tail feathers glued on tonight. And, well, depending on how long the stream goes, I might have it all done tonight. And then tomorrow when I get up, I'll just go out in the driveway and shoot the final closing, you know. I already shot everything else. I mean, the gluing on and all that and running the wires. I already shot that video. It's done. So the only video I have left to shoot is just bolting the prop on. I'm gonna. Only reason I want to do that is to show you what gap I have between the spinner hub and the cowl, because I changed it. So I want you guys to see what it's at now from what it. If you buy it and put it in normal, you'll see the difference. You'll be able to put it in when you buy the plane and put it in and see the big gap. You can go to my video and see what my gap's set at, and then you'll see the difference. So that's all shot, or that's the only thing left to shoot. It's just bolting the prop on to show the clearance, the depth clearance between the spinner hub and the cowl. And then the final shot where I'm standing next to the plane or sitting next to the plane on the ground and wrapping it up. That's the only two things left to shoot. Everything else is already shot, edited, and sitting in ready to go. So yeah, there's not much more to do. It should be done tomorrow. So the first flight, well, again, I don't know what my schedule is for the week, so I don't know how many days I'm working or what days I'm working. I just know tomorrow, I have to be there at 1:15 tomorrow. I don't even know how late I'm working. I might be closing, and O'Reilly's open till 10. So I might be working 1:15 to 10 tomorrow, which is more hours in one day than I get all week at the old job. So, but it might just be a half shift where I'm only working 4 or 5 hours. I don't know. You know, so there's a lot I have to learn because I start the new job tomorrow. So I don't know. But I could, if there's a nice day in the middle of the week and I'm not working, I might take it out midweek and fly it. You know, just to fly it. Because I'm pretty excited. I want to fly it. So there's a good chance if I have a day off midweek, Wednesday, Thursday, and the weather's really good, I might just take it out that day and fly it, not wait till the weekend. And I will videotape all the footage on the flight on that one and upload it. So you'll see it when I get it done. I'm just reading the comments here, guys. You guys are talking about something, and I didn't get the beginning of it, so... I missed your question earlier on... Oh, Christ, I just missed it again. Hold on. I'm going to back up and see it. Okay. You missed my question earlier on the HAVOC. Did E-flite fix the electrical connector issue on your bird? I didn't have any electrical connector problem. Which connector are we talking about? You know, I had no issues with plugging anything in. Like I was saying earlier, the holes that they try to feed everything through are not particularly good. So there was, you know, a slight issue trying to feed the wires through the holes. But as far as plugging anything in, no, I didn't have any issues. So somebody enlighten me what issue we're talking about. Because I'm not aware, you know. I'll be happy to check it live right now if you guys tell me what I'm looking for. I'm just not aware of an issue. Listen, I didn't go on the Hobby Squawk and read all of the comments about the plane. You know, I saw Horizon's video of it. I saw Ryan's short but epic review of it. You know, I thought it was a nice looking airplane. It flew good. I was very impressed that it flew, you know, it had a long flight envelope. That's a big thing for me. I like a plane that you can fly for a long time. I'm not a 2-minute egg. I don't want, you know, I don't care if it goes 170 miles an hour. If it's only going to do it for a minute and a half, I don't want it. Okay? That's just not what I want. I'd much rather have a plane that goes 80 for 10 minutes than one that'll go 160 for a minute and a half. And, you know, that doesn't impress me. Listen, I've been, you know, 45 years ago, I started pylon racing a quarter midget that was doing $160, $180 then, you know, and so I'm used to that kind of speed with a gas plane. So do I have to have my electric plane do that? No, I can just fire my quarter midget back up and go with that. I have one here that's a mess, but I'll show it to you. So this thing's filthy dirty because it's been sitting around a long time. It's been crashed, so it's broken. But it's all here, basically. So this is the quarter midget. And this is the... They called this one the Little Tony. Let me... Yeah, it's filthy dirty because it's been sitting for a long time. The fuselage is cracked. It's a fiberglass fuselage. It's cracked in a couple places. So it's repairable. I mean, I can fix it and fly it. The tail broke off here at one point. It's still broke. One of the ailerons is missing. One of the elevators is missing. You know, very fixable. It's not a big deal. So if I ever want to get my gas motors back out and put this back together, now I don't think this one was ever raced in competition, at least not back in the day when I was flying, because you have to have landing gear on it. You got to be able to land it. It's not a hand toss deal. You have to be able to take off from the ground. And this doesn't have any landing gear on it. So I don't think this one was ever flown in competition, but maybe they changed the rules. I don't know. This wingtip's broke. Repairable, but it's broke. But this is the size plane, which you guys all know. This is very similar to the HAVOC, the Mustang HAVOC that Horizon came out with. It's about the same size as this. You know, that's quarter midget size. You know, the one I raced was a P-51. It's in the house. You know, I've told you it's 45 years old. I'm recovering it. I got the covering right here, as a matter of fact, to turn it into voodoo. So here's the roll of purple and the roll of yellow to do the bottom of the plane. Okay, so purple on the top, yellow on the bottom, and then the tail feathers are green. And here's the green right here. Okay. And then I have the decal sheet for voodoo. So I'm going to recover the plane in these three colors, and then put the decal sheet from the one that FMS Rock Hobby put out, because it's about the same size. Mine's slightly bigger, but it'll work. The decals are close enough. It'll work fine. And yeah, I'm going to turn it into voodoo. And then I'll probably take it out and fly it once, just to show everybody at the flying field that hasn't seen a quarter midget gasser go and how fast they are. And then I'm going to retire it, and I'm just going to clean it up and hang it on the wall, you know, because it's survived 45 years. I mean, I flew it pretty heavy for 3 years, and then I retired it because I moved down here, and they weren't pylon racing down here. So. And they're a lot faster now. I mean, I've heard now they're going over 200 miles an hour, you know, the quarter midgets. Back in my day, 45 years ago, they were, you know, the Formula One planes were the only one going that fast. The quarter midgets weren't going that fast, but apparently they are now. So, Oh, okay. So they had that plug thing in the wing. So when you plug the wing, no, mine had loose wires. Yeah, mine's all individual wires that you had to plug together. They put what they did, and was one of my complaints. The thing was a pain in the ass to put together. In comparison to other Horizon airplanes, like the F4, for instance. The F4 went together so easy, it was unbelievable. I mean, it literally took... I mean, I was taking my big old time, and I don't think it took me 20 minutes to put together. It was just such an easy screw together. Everything just fit right together, no problem. This one was a pain in the ass. So the first thing is you got to put the horizontal on, and it doesn't fit. So you have, and you read the directions, and it tells you, oh, you have to move the rudder all the way to the left or right, one way or the other. Get it all the way over to get it out of the way, and then you still have to squash it, the horizontal, to get it under the rudder, even though you've moved it off to the side, to get it in place. Okay. Then they've got the wires running out a tiny little hole that's just barely big enough to get the wires through the plug, the plug end. So you got to grab the wire inside that they don't really leave hanging out. You got to kind of dig for it, and you start feeding it all in to get all the wire in, and then you got to pull those into that pocket, and they only go in so they don't go in far enough. So after you're done with that, and you go to put the tail in the rest of the way to screw it down, there's a little loop of wire hanging down into the fan exhaust, which isn't going to work. You don't want that in there. So I had to go get a long screwdriver and hold it back and poke those wires up into the hole, and get them up out of the way. So I'm sitting there poking these wires. I've never had to do this on any of their other planes before. It is stupid. To get them up and keep test fitting it until I finally got them out of the way and it closed up the gap. Gap's perfect. And now the screws will go in and the wires are out of the way. So that was the first thing. So I'm sitting there farting around with that. Then the wires that are now singular, what they did was they took all the leads out of the receiver and just put extension wires on them and fed them up, fed them down through the bottom of the fuselage where the wing mounts. And then the wing has all the wires hanging out, and mine were labeled wrong. And you plug them all in, individually. And then you have to fiddle far around to get that clump of wire back in the hole, which is a goofy, almost pyramid-shaped kind of jagged edge, pixelated looking. And if you don't have them right, they won't sit down, so you can't push the wing down. And so you got to sit there jiggling them around and fiddle farting around to get it all lined up until the wing sits down. So I got it all down and everything, and then I check it, and they had the gear wire and I think it was the left aileron wire were marked wrong. So I had them plugged in backwards. So I moved the stick to the right, and the gear went up, and I moved it to the left, and the gear went down, and then if I flipped the gear switch, the left aileron was going. And so I had to take it all back apart, swap those two wires, and then fiddle fart with it all back together, and So yeah, it was probably a 45-minute build. It probably, realistically at least, it was a little bit of a pain. But yeah, as far as that plug thing you're talking about, no, it's all individual wires. They fixed that apparently. I was kind of surprised to see that they didn't have that kind of connection on it, because they've been using that for quite a while. And apparently they did originally on this, but it was a problem. So yeah, they did away with it, and it's just wires. So again, it's a little bit of a fight to get them all down in the hole and back down into the fuselage, but yeah, I got it. That and the tail, it was, it wasn't a 10-minute build like the F4. The F4 just screwed together. There was no issues with that plane at all. You just, plug and slide and screw, and it was done. I mean, it was done so fast, it was mind-boggling. So, you can't say midget, it's little people. So my quarter little people plane is really fast. You know, fast is okay, right? I'm not, you know, because that could be considered that. Well, that means other kids are slow, and we're going down that slippery slopes. Oh my God. You guys are hilarious. I don't know where you come up with this shit, but it's funny. Oh my God, you guys are hilarious. Oh my God. I think you're in the wrong. Hey, listen, you guys need to save all this strip club stuff for GB's show, because that's more his. That's his forte. and GB will be proud to admit that. For you guys that are just listening to the show and not watching it, GB's in the room, so I'm not talking behind his back. Oh my God, you guys are hilarious. Yeah, you guys up north, you know, listen, I lived in Cleveland, Ohio for 23 years. I know all about the cold. I know all about this crappy weather. Um, you know, we have crappy weather here too. This morning was crap. I mean, you know, the weather was supposed to be good, so I left early, got to the field at 8:30, and it was okay, but the ground was wet because it rained all night. So I was waiting for the sun to come out and dry things up, and it came out, and you know, it dried enough that I got a couple of flights in, and then it started raining. And I hadn't pulled everything out of the car yet because I was anticipating that happening, because when it rains, I have to get all my stuff back in the car quickly. And that's kind of not going to happen, you know, because it's playing Tetris to get, you know, all the planes in the car. So, and I wasn't sure the weather was going to clear up or not, because, you know, what they forecasted didn't happen, so I didn't know what was going to happen. So I decided, since I still wanted to work on the P-40, to just go home and spend the rest of the day working on the plane instead of sitting out at the flying field wondering if I was actually going to get the fly or not. And then one of the guys messaged me later that it turned out to be a beautiful day out there. So, you know, one of those. Apparently the wind quit. It was gusting 22 miles an hour. It was raining. It was just, it's not, I don't want to fly my jet in that. You know, I didn't want to fly this and that. So I just went home. And then it turned out, you know, 2 or 3 hours after I had left, that it cleared up and it was pretty nice. So anyway, not a big deal. There's always next week. But we do have crappy weather here. You know, Saturday wasn't any good either. It was very windy Saturday, and we didn't have any rain while we were flying, but it rained after we left. All night last night was raining quite a bit. But it wasn't supposed to rain at all today. It was supposed to be clearing and nice, and the winds were supposed to be like 7 miles an hour. And, you know, and I get to the field, and not only are the winds at 22 miles an hour, it's raining. So I just, you know, I got a couple of flights in. I flew the drone a couple times, my quadcopter, the V-tail. And I flew the Bearcat a couple times. And then I just packed it in and said, okay, I've had enough, I'm going home. So, you know, but, you know, in general, the reason I moved down here was for the weather. You know, that's why I left Cleveland. You know, I like Cleveland. I just didn't like the weather. It gets worse the later it gets. Yeah. You know, I don't want to call it trash talking, but, you know, GB's show gets off subject easily. And it goes from a wine tasting conversation to, football to, stripper girls' boobs. It wanders around quite a bit. uh, yep. Scrolled off. Let me look at it. Wow. So you, Colin, you taught a 12-year-old how to fly, and he's doing that good. Wow. Okay, so that's a big feather in your cap, huh? I love it when, somebody I taught to fly is performing like that. I mean, it's just I take a lot of pride in that. I'm sure you are too. Are we still talking? We're still talking about midgets. Come on, guys. Get back on subject here. Holy crap. Now the HAVOC's an 80 millimeter fan. 80 millimeter 6S. It'll take any 6S you want to put in it. Now, I know they flew it with a 7000. I'm sure you can get a bigger pack than that in it if you want. It's got plenty of room. So, but I know Horizon was flying it with a 7000 when they went for their 20-minute endurance run. So they had the plane flying for 20 minutes. It went 148 miles an hour and flew. And the second flight, they put a bigger battery in it and flew it for 20 minutes. So the efficiency of the in-runner and the fan they're using, works out really well. And that was a big selling point for me. The fact that it has a long flight envelope, it was, was in one of the reasons, I started looking at the plane. And then when they offered the free battery, that was the deal for me. That was the deal maker, not the deal breaker. That was the deal maker for me, and that's why I ordered it. Bledsoe. Holy crap. We're still talking about midgets. Come on. Oh my God. You guys are hilarious. And Bledsoe's still telling midget jokes. Oh, Jesus. Swiping whatever will get me in trouble. Oh my God. When it's time to fly, don't ask, just fly. I'm sure that's a punchline to a joke I missed. Kenny's trying to take the high road. No, I'm just trying to get back on an airplane subject of, get off the midget subject. But hey, it's your show. You guys talk about whatever you want. I'm just the moderator. You guys, it's your show. Oh my God. Oh, you guys. Yeah, guys. Well, here, this is, you guys are talking about the antennas. Here we go. There you go. There's an antenna. That's a fishing rod. That's not a frickin' antenna. I mean, holy crap. Yeah, we can do some 3D stuff here. I'm going to poke you with the antenna. Yeah. Let me look at the length of that thing. Holy crap. That's 4 feet. It's nuts. Then you had to put a flag on the end of that, and a, clothespin on here. Yeah. This is the. This is where. I'm not going to say this is where it all began, but this is where the digital proportional began, right here. Dated. Yeah, you could from a safe distance at that. Be careful, Dave. You might get what you wish for. I saw you fly the Banshee. I did not. I don't think I saw the Heroes of War video with the Banshee, but I saw you. I guess it was the maiden flight. I saw that. Um, eh. Why'd you call them out on that, GB? What were they doing? They said they were having fun, and I haven't seen that video. I don't think anyway. No, I definitely didn't see that one, Colin. I'll have to go watch that. Yeah, I didn't. I definitely didn't see that one. GB, were you at a show someplace when this was going on, or were you on the phone, or were you on a stream? What the hell was going on here? You guys are going back and forth. Where exactly did this happen? Don't threaten me with a good time. Yeah, Dave, I was thinking the same thing. Every plane that GV's had in his show lately has been a Horizon plane, so yeah, he showed them. Oh, it was on RC Groups. Oh, okay. All right. Was it like a live stream, or you guys were just posting and happened to be online at the same time? Um, I've done a lot of posting on RC Groups, but never in a live chat or anything. It's, usually I don't get an answer to anything I say for days. Um, oh, yeah, that was the wrong thing to say to you, that you wouldn't meet him face to face. Uh-oh. we have a problem. Houston, we have a problem. For some reason, I'm dropping packets. I don't know why. But we're, I don't know if you're getting this or not. We might be off. It looks like I'm frozen here, so we might be off. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm getting, thank you, Dave. Yeah, I'm getting error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know. It doesn't appear to be at my end. You know, my OBS is still, it looks like it's still streaming okay. But it's showing that I'm dropping frames. And I've got the, okay, the stripe just went away. I had this big stripe across my feed, but now that's gone. So I guess we're back. But yeah, thanks for telling me it wasn't, you didn't lose me. That's good to know. Sometimes I'm wondering if I'm, oh, now it's back again. Yeah, sometimes I wonder if I'm talking to myself. So I guess this, so the video the guy had at the field Saturday showing me what they claimed the HAVOC would do, and then we tried to prove it, was the response to your thread, where they were making all these claims about the plane, and I guess a bunch of people were calling them out on it, because that's what they said in the video we watched, is that a bunch of people were calling us out on our claims that weren't, they said it wasn't true. So they did a video. Now, who knows if they put a different motor in it to, you know, to hit the speeds that they, you know, I don't know. I know mine went 122 miles an hour. I guess they claim 140. So, you know, I don't know. You know, I know what I got. Now, I didn't get anywhere near 20 minutes flight time, but I wasn't flying a 7,000, and I wasn't trying to get, you know, I wasn't purposely milking it to try to get that long time. I was going to do that on the second flight, and the weather turned shit. The second flight on this 5,000 pack, I was flying other packs in it the rest of the day, waiting for that one to recharge. And then by the time it was recharged, the weather got crappy, and I decided not to fly it. So, but yeah, it definitely seems to have a long flight envelope. You can slow it down and conserve energy, and it flies fine. Even slowed down, it flies really good. Yeah, 43 mile an hour was rock solid in the air at 43 miles an hour. So, yeah, Photon, I agree. I love the color on it. You know, this green. When I first saw the plane, I was like, you know, oh man, that is freaking awesome, because I love the color. You know, and then I looked at this, and I couldn't make up my mind if I liked the painted canopy the way it is, or if I would have rather had a clear one. And I also think this is bubbled too much. You know, I think it should have been just slightly more streamlined through here. You know, I think this bubble here is just a little too pronounced. But, you know, no complaints. I'm, you know, just spitballing some, you know, just some thoughts while I'm sitting here looking at it. But, I mean, I love it. I love the color scheme. I love the color. This green's fantastic. It's easy to see in the air, which I really like. That's a big thing. I'm really glad it's easy to see in the air. Photon. Can we get back to midgets, please? I'm surprised you're not drawing boobs. That's usually where you know, that gets the whole boob drawing contest going. Where's that at tonight? You know, draw some midget boobs. Oh my God. How did the HAVOC land, GB? Fantastic. When you put the flaps down on this one, there's no pitch change at all. No mixing needed on the elevator. It didn't change pitch at all when you put the flaps down. It greased in every time beautifully. It was really easy to land. Even in the wind, it was really stable. It wasn't getting kicked all around. It was real rock solid stable, and it just, you know, I fly it to the ground, so I don't do the cut the throttle and dive at the runway and try to flare at the bottom. I've got the throttle on. I get it in almost into a high alpha, and I just hold it off. I leave the throttle on, and I hold it off, and just let it run down the runway, and if it's not slowing down enough to actually drop the wheels onto the runway, I kick the throttle back like one click or two. You know, click, maybe click, click. And that's enough to make it settle. And then it just flies right down to the touch the mains, super soft, and then it rolled out. You know, it had a nice rollout after that. You know, I chopped the throttle after the wheels touched down, and it rolled out. It was beautiful. And the guys that were watching were really impressed. They really liked it. So I think the one guy's probably going to buy it because he likes the free battery idea a lot. So I think, you know, we talked about it before he saw it, and then after he saw it, he really got excited. So I have a feeling he probably went home and ordered it. You don't draw boobs? It's Farmer Man? Now, I've been in boob drawing contests with you, Photon. I know you draw boobs. We were all drawing them that night. Guilty. So, actually, the Avanti and this, when you set them on the ground side by side, don't look that much alike at all. I mean, they both look like jets, but proportional-wise, this has got a much... I would say this has more wing area than the Avanti. The Avanti has a thinner, not thickness, but girth wing, and it's longer. So there's a wider wing on the Avanti. The wingtips are much, you know, these wingtips are this big at the end, and the Avantis are probably, you know, somewhere around there. So the wingtips are thinner because they go farther. I mean, it's a larger wingspan. Flight characteristics, they're pretty even. They both fly very well. You know, I wouldn't say there was any real any real difference. Honestly, they both flew very well. You know, I love my Avanti. This flies good too. You know, of course, this having a painted piece of foam as a cockpit, and the Avanti's got a clear cockpit that I put 2 pilots in. There's definitely a visual difference. One thing I don't like is this doesn't have a removable nose. And the only reason I say that is because I'm afraid that if I bump this into something and screw the nose up, you can't fix it. You'd have to, well, you can repair it, you know, with, you know, glue and whatever. But, you know, the Avanti, the nose comes off. It's magnetic and it comes off. And, you know, if you happen to stick it in your car and the nose is sticking out on the Avanti, you can just take the nose off and now the trunk lid will close or whatever. And this one, it won't. It doesn't come off. It's got a hard plastic tip for the first 2 inches right here. Is a hard plastic tip that does not come off, and the rest of it's all foam. And the Avanti's all foam. It's got a hard plastic tip on the very end too, but it's only about 1.5 inches, maybe an inch. And then it's foam, but it comes off. It's magnetic on and it comes off. So, you know, is it going to be an issue? I hope not. You know, this doesn't have any doors on it, and I'm okay with that. The doors just tend to get in the way and cause problems. They look really cool when they close, and it cleans up the bottom of the airplane when you fly over, but the trade-off of the complications, I don't know that it's worth it. I lost the gear door on the Yak one day. I was flying it. I have no idea where it came off. I didn't see it come off. It wasn't laying on the runway, so it wasn't over the runway. It blew off. I don't know if I oversped it when I put the gear up or down, and one of the doors blew off. But you know, I landed, and when I was putting it away, I put the gear up to put it back in the car, and I noticed one of the doors was missing. So I went out and I looked around the runway, and it wasn't out there. So I don't know where it is. I have no idea. So I had to buy a whole package of the plastic for that plane to get another gear door to replace it. So I did that. I put the gear door back on, and I've flown it a few times since then, and it hasn't come back off, but I still don't know where or how that gear door came off. But it's that tedious little crap like that. It just gets annoying. That's why I don't put pitot tubes on my planes, and I don't put antennas on the plane, and they just end up causing more damage than the scale effect you get out of them. You know, you've got, like in my plane rack, if it's a Mustang and there's a damn antenna sticking out back here for looks, you know, while I'm trying to get it in the rack or the plane above it out of the rack, that antenna's usually poking in the bottom of the airplane and screwing it all up. And then if I don't walk by one of the planes with a pitot tube on it and get it hooked on my pants and rip it off the wing, it's a miracle. So I just leave them off. You know, I'll put them on temporary. I won't glue them on. If I want to show it off, I'll stick them on, and so everybody can it's got, you know, pitot tube in it. And then when it's time to fly, I just take them off, throw them in the toolbox. I can always put them back on again, but I generally leave them off. Those kind of effects, for me, are not worth the scaleness that it adds for the problems that you get with them. So, whose channel, GB, who are you asking me? Whose channel what? So it's pay it forward. I'm assuming you've probably already left, but if you happen to watch the rerun, you know, you have a happy new year too, dude. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. I love all you guys being here. And this isn't even my night. Wesley didn't upset me in any way. I know he loves his IX-12, and that's great. I'm not picking on Wes at all, but he opened the door for an opportunity to me to show off the HAVOC and the radio to show you guys live how you can fly a Spectrum plane on a FrSky radio, and then talk a little bit about the radio and do some comparison for what his $600 radio does that mine will do for 180 bucks. So I decided to go. I mean, I made this snap decision right then that I was going to go live and have a little fun with it. So this is in no way picking on Wes. You know, they're great people. You know, him and Lori. I hope to fly with them one day. You know, I just we all know that Wes loves his IX-12 because he talks about it all the time. You know, and like I said, my only real bitch with the $600 radio is it has all these features I don't want. You know, I want it to fly my airplane. I don't want it to order a pizza or Jimmy John's or watch porn, Dave. I don't need it for all that stuff. I just want to fly the airplane. And so I'm not going to spend $600 on a radio that has all this extra stuff I don't need. So, and for 180 bucks, this radio does it all. And in my opinion, because I'm entitled to that, it does it better than the IX-12. The voices in my radio are better. The ability to put different voices in my radio are better. You know, setting up the plane is much easier in my radio. There's a wizard screen that walks you through it with pictures. You know, it's much easier to set up a new airplane than the IX-12. So, you know, just as Wesley would say, in my honest opinion, I think this is a better radio. You know, if you want all that extra stuff that this radio doesn't offer, by all means, then the IX-12 is the radio for you. You know, I know you love your IX-12, Colin. I know, and again, you know, and the 20 also. You know, for you guys that love all that cool stuff, listen, and nobody else offers it, so that's your radio. I mean, you know, nobody else has what that'll do, but all that extra stuff it doesn't help me fly an airplane. So for me, I don't want it. I don't need that. But, you know, for you guys that want to watch porn, Dave, you know, then that's the radio you guys want, for sure. You were banned from Instagram. Oh, God. Oh, that's hilarious. My one airplane photo was just too much. Yeah, for instance, now that was something cool on the IX-12. I mean, you can actually take your own photos and upload them, and it is a colored screen, so, you know, you have that. You know, you can put actual photos that you take off the internet or your own photos and put them on the screen. That's cool. I can do similar. Mine aren't colored, but I can take my own photos, and then it converts to a black and white file, and I think I don't know, it's hard to explain. The background becomes almost cartoonish looking, or I don't know, it's hard to explain. But yeah, you can take an airplane picture and convert it to black and white, and then change the format to what our radio wants. I have some software that does that. I think it's called I can't remember the name of it now. And then you can upload your own photos and put them in there so that your airplane is, you know, really your plane. Either your plane or your real version of your plane that you grabbed from off the internet. But yeah, you can put all that stuff in this radio. It'll allow you to upload anything into it, any music, any you know, anybody's voice, your own voice. One of the guys at the field uploaded a jet engine starting up, and he has that on his introductory screen when he boots the radio up, and when it says, oh, welcome to OpenTX, instead of it saying OpenTX, he has this jet engine spooling up. So when he turns this radio on, the jet engine starts to spool up, and that's kind of cool. So he did that to his radio. Like I said, the radio will do anything you want it to do. There's absolutely nothing this radio can't do, and I mean that wholeheartedly. Except order a pizza. But I mean, as far as flying an airplane and anything to do with sounds, warnings, telemetry, anything to do with flying the airplane, this radio can do it. It's just amazing what this radio can do for $180. It is, and receivers at $30. And then the telemetry pieces I was showing you. You want a real, comparison? Go look what it's going to cost you to buy telemetry pieces to put battery voltage, GPS, and just those two. Go see what it costs you to buy the modules and the receiver, because your 636 receiver is not compatible. It has telemetry for the receiver voltage, but that's it. You can't send it your battery voltages and a GPS. None of that will go through that receiver, as far as I know. Now, maybe Dave can reprogram it so it will. I don't know that, but it doesn't come that way. So you can't just buy these modules that Horizon sells for a lot of money and plug them into your 636 that came in the plane. You got to buy a telemetry receiver, which is very pricey, like $150. And then you have to buy these modules that are in the $80 and $90 range, I believe. So, it's going to, my buddy tried to beat, I came out there, he was a Spectrum guy, and, he had a glider and I had a glider, and I had the altimeter, I had the GPS in it, I had the battery voltage in my glider, and I'm up there and it's talking to me and it's telling me if I'm climbing or diving. I have a barometer, that does the beepy sounds, but I didn't have that in the plane. I have one, I just haven't used it yet. I just used the GPS, so it was giving me my altitude, and I had it given to me every 6 seconds, so I knew if I was climbing or diving, and then my battery voltage and everything, and he thought that was so cool that he spent $320 buying all the stuff from Horizon, so his would do the same thing, and then none of it worked anyway. He couldn't make it work, so he called Horizon and told them, and they said, "Oh, well, you bought the wrong receiver." Or you bought the wrong. You didn't buy the hub. You need to buy the hub so that you can put all those things in the hub, and the hub will talk to the receiver. I don't know. It was some stupid thing that he had spent $320 and it still didn't work, and he still didn't have everything he needed to make it work, and he gave up. He was so pissed off that he told me he was going to buy one of these radios, and he still might. He's not a daily flyer or a weekly flyer. He's kind of a every other month kind of flyer, maybe. He's busy with stuff. He still works. He's an old guy, but he still works. He's got his own lawn business, and so, he's not I'm an every weekend flyer, as long as I don't work. If I'm not working, I'm at the flying field. And he's not. So, for him to dump $180 on a radio that he really doesn't have to have, because he's got a radio that'll fly everything he has, because the only thing he buys is Horizon stuff because it has Safe Select in it. He's not in a big hurry to get this radio. But the other thing this radio will do, that I didn't talk about, it has a plane finder built into it. It has a meter to tell you your signal strength, your RSSI signal. If you crash your airplane out there, all you do is follow the signal. It's got a meter on it. You just keep walking toward the meter. If the meter's going up, you're getting closer. As soon as the meter starts to go down, you turn and keep walking, and eventually you're going to walk right to the plane. I demonstrated this to him at my old flying field because he lost a drone out there, and he didn't tell me what he lost. He just said, "I lost my drone." I said, "Well, where were you?" "Well, I really don't know." "What do you mean you don't know?" He says, "Well, I thought it was over here, but the guy said I might have been over there, and I'm not sure." Okay, so we're talking about easy 40 acres, and he lost his drone. And I'm thinking he lost, one of the normal size, 250 drones, right? No, he lost one of those little tiny, the Horizon one, the little tiny thing. I can't think of the name of it right now. The Derek's, I don't know. One of you guys will put it up on the screen here in a second. Anyway, that's what he lost. And on the top of that, it had a red canopy on it, and he was flying it without the red canopy. So now we're talking about a black drone that's this damn big, right? And we're supposed to find it in this 40 acres, and we have no idea where to look. And I'm like, oh my God, Bob, you're out of your fucking mind. Are you crazy? You're never going to find that thing. He looked for it for 3 days. And, you know, of course he didn't find it, because it could be anywhere. And it's this damn small. So while he was out there, and then the owner, Chuck, said, take the lawnmower and drive around. And maybe you'll find it. So he's out there riding around on the lawnmower looking for it. In the meantime, I went and got my 250 drone quad, and I took off and I flew it off, and I crash landed it way off in an area, and I made sure he wasn't watching, so he didn't see me crash it. Now, I don't even know exactly where it's at, but I know it's over there. Okay? But it could, you know, his could be anywhere, right? Over there. I mean, I know mine's over there, but he doesn't know. So I go out there and I hand him my radio. I said, I lost my drone. Go find it for me. And he says, how am I going to find it? I says, just watch that meter. Follow the meter. When the meter gets, when the signal strength gets stronger, you're getting closer. If it's going down, you're going the wrong way. Go find it. So right away, and I told him, I says, I'll give you a hint. I didn't give him a hint on where it was. I gave him a hint on how to look. I said, north, south, east, west. Start with that. Go that way and see if the signal strength's going up or down. If it's going down, then make a 90 degree and go that way. And again, follow the meter. So he made 3 turns and he was on course. And he was headed over that way, right toward it. And then he got, you know, of course he drove past it and it started going down. So he turned around and he turned back the wrong way and it went down. So he turned around the other way. Now he's driving right at it. I mean, he's almost going to run the damn thing over. And the signal strength got up to like 96. And I walked over there because I knew he was almost on it. And he shut the mower off and got off of it. And I said, what's the meter? And he says, it says 96. I said, we're standing on it. It's right here. I said, you found it. It's oh, there it is right there. You know, we're literally standing on it. And I told him, you see how easy that was? With my radio, you can do that. You don't have that capability with your radio, but I do. I said, that alone for the $180 so that you can find your shit when you lose it out here. Because look how quickly you drove right to it. You've been looking for yours for 3 days. You didn't spend 10 minutes. And you found mine. And you had no idea. I gave you the same thing you gave me when you said, where did you lose it? I don't know. It could be anywhere. And it took you less than 10 minutes to find it. So, there you go. So he was really impressed with that too. So that made him like, wow. So he really got excited then. And then he came over to my property and we lost his on my property and we couldn't find it because we finally found it. We took a shot in the dark. Literally, we took a shot in the dark. And we were flying at midday, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He lost it. He was flying at FPV and he didn't know where he was. He completely got disoriented. He told me he lost it. He said, I was close to the ground, so it's not in a tree. I said, oh, okay. So we walked all around, and then I went to the house and I got some foil and wrapped it around his antenna to kill the signal strength. And we were able to narrow it down to this edge of my property. We knew it was over here somewhere, but we still couldn't find it. But we knew at least it was over here, because everywhere else the signal strength went away. So we knew it was here, but we didn't know exactly where. So I told him, I says, listen, the only thing we can hope for is to see the lights. You know, there's lights on the control board. So I said, okay, Dave, so you say you're pretty sure, but do you know for sure? I mean, does it send that signal? You know, your signal strength? And I'm not picking on you. I want to know. That's cool if it does. You know, that's it. You know, like I said, I think there's probably stuff in the 6360 you can turn on being that you have the capability to program it, it may be in there and they just didn't turn it on, but maybe you can turn it on. So, you know, get back to me on that because I'm very interested to know that. So anyway, he went home and ate dinner, and I ate dinner, and I said, come back about dusk, which was about 8:30, and we'll see if we can find it. So he came back, and we walked down to the edge of the field where we knew it had to have been down there, and started looking around. And sure enough, I can see the red light on the control board. It's at the top of the tallest tree in the neighbor's property, which is a church. So I said, well, there it is. I said, you told me you were close to the ground and still on my property. And he starts laughing. He goes, well, I thought I was. So we found it. And it was a green drone, you know, green propellers and everything in a green tree. We would have never found it. In a million years, at the top of the tree, we would have never seen it up there. But we found the red light. We knew where it was. So I laughed. I said, okay, come back tomorrow and we'll get it out of the tree. Because now we know where it is. So early the next morning, I got up, and I didn't have to work that day. And I went out there with a wrench and a big, long cord, and I started throwing the wrench up in the tree to try to pull it down. And I got it. I knocked it down. It came almost to the ground. It landed on a big branch that was literally just above my hand. I could have easily walked in the house and gotten a broom and batted it out of the tree, but I didn't feel like walking all the way back over it because I live on 3 acres. You know, it was pretty far back to the house because we were at the other end of the property in the next door neighbor. I was in the churchyard now trying to get it out of the tree. And, you know, I have to walk all the way around the fence, and you know, I just didn't feel like walking. So I just kept throwing the wrench at it, even though it was just out of my reach. And I got it down. Just as he pulled in, I knocked it out of the tree. So he was so happy to get it back. But anyway, yeah, so that's another... you know, the RSSI signal strength meter is fantastic to help you find something lost. I buy all my Free Sky stuff from, well, mostly. There's a hobby shop in California called Aloft. They primarily are a glider retailer. I think they sell a couple of powered planes, but they're mostly a glider outfit, and they're an authorized dealer for Free Sky. So I buy all my stuff from them because their prices are usually the cheapest or close to the cheapest. Okay. And their prices are good, and so are their shipping prices. So that's mostly where I buy my stuff. So that's where I got mine. It's real Free Sky. It's not an aftermarket. And I haven't bought anything for my Free Sky aftermarket because the real stuff is too cheap. You don't need to. I got to step out for a second, guys. My wife wants to go to bed, and I have an airplane laying on the bed, so I got to go move it. The P-40's on the bed, so let me go move it. I'll be right back. Yeah, I was in the middle of gluing the tail feathers on when I came out here to start the stream, so I just left it on the bed. She wanted to go to sleep. So anyway, I'm back. What'd I miss? Okay, but do you have like a meter, Dave, that it shows you the signal strength? I mean, how does it tell you what the RSSI is? I should write books. Really, fireman? Wow, thank you. Thank you. That's nice to hear. I get a lot of comments on my. I don't know if any of you guys have watched my Free Sky. How to fix issues with the radio. Not issues with the radio, but how to set stuff up. I do a lot of how-tos on the radio on my channel, and I get a lot of compliments that I explain it really well. So, but to hear you say that here is very nice. So thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, if you guys go to Aloft, and it's spelled just like it sounds, Aloft, I think it's ALOFT, Aloft Hobbies. That's one of the... Now, Ready Made RC also sells Free Sky stuff, and usually their prices on the actual transmitter are cheaper. But I don't think... I'm pretty sure I've looked there before. They don't usually carry all the receivers and the telemetry bits. I could be wrong. I have bought from Ready Made RC a couple times, but most of the time I just go to a loft and order it. They've been very good. You know, they send the stuff fast. Their shipping is cheap. Usually a box with, you know, the last order I bought 4 8-channel receivers, and the shipping was like $5.34 from California to Florida. So, you know, you can't beat that. That's more than fair. And the receivers are $30 a piece, and they're the X series receivers that has the smart port. You know, does all the telemetry. You don't have to buy any extra. You know, just plug whatever piece you want straight into the smart port, and it daisy chains, so you can put as many as you want. You don't need a hub. They all daisy chain together. There's 2 sets of plugs on each piece, on the battery telemetry, the GPS, the barometer. Everything's got 2, and it doesn't matter which one's which. There's not an in and an out. They're both in and out. So you plug a wire from the smart port to the battery, and then you plug the wire from the GPS to the voltage telemetry, and then from the GPS you can plug the barometer into the GPS. They just daisy chain along, and it sends all that information down that one signal wire back to the radio, and the radio sends back to the transmitter, and you get all that information. You know, it's just... You know, the system is just infallible, you know, for what it does. It's just amazing. I need to calm down, Jeff? Really? Am I too excited? Listen, I love this hobby. I get excited. You know, I gotta tell you, you know, having this jet sitting in front of me here is exciting. I mean, goddamn, this thing's beautiful. So yeah, I'm excited. You know, this is just, I can't even begin to tell you how excited I am still about this hobby after 47 years. I'm more excited now than I ever was, because they keep coming out with stuff like this, which is just incredibly cool. you know, and you know, and now I have it sitting here on my bench, which is just more exciting than ever. That, you know, not only is they coming out with cool stuff, but I have it, you know, sitting right here. You know, that is super cool. I'm trying to turn this around and give you guys a new angle. Let's see how that looks. Oh, there you go. Maybe I can get the tip of the nose in the picture. Yeah, right there. That's the best I can do to get the most of the airplane I can get in the picture. So, and Raptor Cam is live and handheld tonight. So we can actually do a... it was live until the cord got caught on my radio and then it went off. So now we got to reactivate it. Which is not a big problem. Just got to do a little... quickie here. Like that. And then I can do this. There you go. So we've got live Raptor Cam tonight. Zoom in. So you can see here where the hinges are recessed underneath. So there's no gap here, and there's, you know, they're real servo hinges that go all the way down the wing here to give you that pocket type, and they're all that way. You know, the tail surfaces are the same way, so that's pretty cool. This looks like all paint, and I can feel this black line must be a decal, I think. Actually, the black line and the green line on the outside to the gray is a sticker. And then this is paint. Boy, they got that color match right on, because that sticker is the same color as the paint. This green line over here is part of the sticker, and this green's paint. And man, they match exactly. So they did a really good job on that. And then, of course, the HAVOC and the EX, or XE, I mean, and Safe over here. And the Horizon, these are stickers. This white here is a sticker. Right here, this little, this piece here, is that white is a sticker. This is bare foam. Right here. So, I don't know if this will work. Maybe. Probably shouldn't push my luck, but we'll give it a shot. There you go. There's a look down the exhaust tube. So, we've got Raptor Cam is live walk around cam tonight. That's funny. So, and for you guys who want to know what Raptor Cam is, this is Raptor Cam. It's a GoPro copy. It's not a real GoPro, but it's Hobby King's Turnigy 2K HD camera. It was dirt cheap. It was on sale one time, and when I was still buying from Hobby King, and I bought it. And I've never used it until now. It's never been on an airplane. I'm trying to remember if I tried it on one of my quads. I may have tried to fly my quad with it, but it was too heavy. It's not heavy, but it was too heavy for the quad. So, thank you, Jeff. Yeah, I'm very passionate about this hobby. That's why, you know, I think I put on a good show. At least I try to, because I'm so passionate. I mean, I love this hobby, and I love sharing it. You know, I love telling you guys some of my war stories and how I grew up with this stuff and where it's come and how far we've gotten with it. And you guys just getting into it now have no idea how wonderful this hobby is from what it used to be. You just, it's hard to look back because I've been there, and remember what we used to have to do to what we can do now, and what we used to have to buy and what we can buy now, and how much it used to cost and how much cheaper it is now. It's just amazing, the difference, which makes me love the hobby even more. Yeah, I had to go take my airplane off the bed. My wife wanted to go to sleep, and the giant P-40, because the only place I have in the house big enough to work on it is the bed, and I had it on the bed to glue the tail feathers on it, and we were eating dinner. I was gluing the tail feathers, eating dinner, and watching Wes's show all at the same time. And I already got the 30-minute preview that it was going to be about the IX-12. So I got it in my head, hey, he probably won't go more than an hour tonight if that's all he's going to talk about is the IX-12. So, that puts me at 9 o'clock. I can go live at 9. And so I did, I figured I'd come on here and show you the plane, tell you about the maiden flight, and then show you all the things that Wes was talking about in his radio. I have in this radio. His radio is $600 and mine's 180. Mine's 16 channels. His is only 12. But he can order a pizza and watch porn, Dave. And I can't. So there you go. Oh, God. Well, I would, Dave, but she bought the airplane, so I'm not going to piss her off. If she wants the plane off the bed, since she paid for it, it's coming off the bed. So, that's how that one's going to go. Because she'll be buying more of them. Trust me. And so, I'm going to keep her happy. Whatever she wants. Yeah, so Stinger, same thing. I mean, I started in '73, and I don't want to say I took a break from it. I kind of did, but not really. I never stopped playing with RC. It's been a part of my life since '73. But airplanes was my main focus. And when I first moved down here, I found a flying field. I was flying right away, but I wanted to fly my pylon racer, my quarter something pylon racer. And anyway, and nobody down here raced. They all did, pattern flying or scale warbird stuff. And the warbird stuff was cool, but I really wasn't a pattern guy. I mean, I can fly pattern, but I just don't enjoy it. And I'll tell you why I don't enjoy it. It's not that I don't enjoy flying it. I don't enjoy the fact that it's some judge's opinion of how well I did that loop or emblemin or, Cubanate, whatever, is how I'm getting scored. His opinion in that, in racing, if you get there first, you win. There's no question. We're not going to talk about, whatever. I got there first. I win. And end of story. But when you got judges judging you on their opinion, I'm just not into that. I mean, I know it happens, but it's not my forte. So I was looking for alternatives. Well, and that was in '83 when I moved down here. so around 85, 6, the car started really taking a big jump. And by 88, we had the first Aurora Dirt Oval Nationals. And it was held right here in Florida, over here, an hour and a half from me. Right by Disney is where the first Dirt Oval Nationals were held. And I went there, and I did really well. I won the B main. My time was fast enough. I would have finished second in the A, which would have been second overall. But winning the B main made me 11th overall, considering, the 10 guys in the A technically finished ahead of me, even though speed-wise I would have finished second in that race had I made it into that race by 100th of a second. And it was a big deal. It was a big race, big deal. And I got this giant trophy. So I did the racing for several years. Both dirt, 10th scale, and then I went to 8th scale gas at the end. 8th scale on-road gas. And then I've got all these up here. There's, this is an RC10. Right behind it, you can kind of see it is it's a big Hemi Charger. It's a new bright. You get it at Toys R Us, Walmart, wherever. It's an RC car. It drives around forward, backwards, but it has lights all over it. It plays music, and you can put an MP3 player in it and play any kind of music you want. And the lights flash to the music, and so it's great to take to a car show. So I used to do that when I would show my show cars. And I'd have an RC car there with me, and I'd drive it around, and one of them has a horn you can honk, and when you honk the horn, I'd drive up to somebody sitting in a chair and start, beeping the horn at them, and they usually climb out of the chair to take a swat at it, having fun, and I'd back away, and then I'd take off running away, and they'd chase me or something, and everybody's laughing, and it was fun, so I have a shitload of those, and they're really cool. Some of them are very cool. The three cool ones are behind these aero boxes right here on the shelf back here. If you go back to some of my older videos, you'll see them because you can see them on the shelf. I just recently put these boxes up and blocked them, but go back older episodes and you'll see them. So so I just kept doing RC stuff, boats, hovercrafts. Used to race some sailboats. That was fun. So RC's always been a part of my life since '73. And then I got back into the planes, about 8 years ago, I think. I heavily back into the plane. I still had my planes. I was still flying. Did a lot of helicoptering. Bought a bunch of helicopters. Bunch of little ones. Couple big ones. I have 3 really big ones. And I fly those too. And then when these foam planes hit, I was like, oh my God. That and the 2.4 gigahertz radio was a life changer for me. That got me so bad back into the hobby. It was unbelievable. In the aviation end of it. The detail on these, these foam planes is incredible. And now I don't need a clothespin anymore. I, don't have to wait. You can just turn on and fly anytime you want. Oh my God. That was life-changing right there. Holy crap. So that got me heavy back into flying. Because I love these foam airplanes. And the 2.4 gigahertz is just a big game changer for me. So, yeah. Well, you guys, you got to take care of your women, that's all. And then, listen, she's left me 3 times, and she's come back every time because she, not bragging, but she just doesn't want to live without me. She's gone out thinking the grass is greener on the other side, dating other men. She's not happy, and she just keeps wanting to come back to me. And she's back to stay this time. She's not leaving again. And, part of the deal the first time back was that she was paying for everything. I didn't want her back, and I was pretty mad at her. She hurt me. So I didn't want her back, and I told her if she want to come back, you're paying for everything. And she didn't hesitate. She said she would, and she did. You know, she basically bought me this property. It's not in her name; it's in my name, but she paid for it. And this time she came back, and now she's paying for airplanes. You know, like this one. You know, she bought this one too. She asked me what I wanted for Christmas, and I said, "Listen, there's a, you know, I don't pay full price for airplanes. Everything I buy is on sale." And I said they got a real good deal on this jet. It comes with a free battery. The battery is $140. And she said, "Well, how much is the plane?" I said, "It's $400." And she said, "Order it." Okay. So I did. You know. So she's a good woman. I mean, I've got good taste in women. My first wife was a wonderful woman too, and she still is. I'm still. We don't talk very often, years, but we don't have any hard feelings toward each other. She lives close by. I'm very close to the rest of her family still, and but we don't travel in the same circles, so we never run into each other. I usually like her mother married my friend's. Her mother married my friend, my very close friend, and on his 60th birthday, I think it was, which was a few years ago. She was there. I wasn't with my ex-wife. I was with a girlfriend. This was in between the first time she left me. I was dating this girl, so I brought her to the party. And my first ex was there, and everything was fine. You know, no. You know, there's no problem. We don't yell or fight or anything. She gave me a big hug, and you know, so there's no way. I don't burn bridges, so everything was fine. And she's a really good girl, good Christian girl, and but she wasn't in love with me, and. So after we were married 7 years, she decided it was time for her to go find someone she was in love with. She wasn't in love with the second guy either, and she gave up after that. The second guy gave her a couple of kids, and then he turned into a psychopath and left, and she hasn't dated since. She's just staying away from men. So, right. You know, Dave hit the nail on the head. No more nitro fuel all over your clothes and all over your plane. That you have to use a whole roll of paper towels to clean it all off your plane before you can put it back in the car to take it home. And yeah, I'm done with all of that. I mean, you know, I'll still fly some nitro when I need to, but I don't want to. And with the batteries getting better every year, there's no need to. Yes, I started in planes, went to the cars out of, you know, I don't want to say necessity, but, you know, I wanted to race, and car racing was almost as good as plane racing, so I went there. And that's when I started the car racing is when I opened the hobby shop. So we were mostly a car. I mean, I had plane stuff in the store. I had all the bits, you know, all the Dubro. I had the whole Dubro line of all the little, you know, clevises and all that. I had the whole Dubro line. And, you know, I had some props and some spinners and, you know, some airplane paraphernalia. But mostly I had the cars. And I had the whole line of associated parts for an RC-10. And Schumacher, all the parts for the Schumacher. And the Custom Works car, I had all that. And the Losi, I had all the Losi stuff. And here's a story I haven't shared with you guys yet. This was when Traxxas came on the scene. And the CEO of Traxxas came in my hobby shop and wanted to sponsor me and my team with Traxxas cars and everything if we'd race them, you know, and promote their stuff. I threw him out of the shop. My hand to God. I basically told him, I said, listen, your stuff's crap. I said, we're a competitive team. We win races. I said, we're not going to win anything with your stuff. I said, it's toy grade crap. I said, no, we're not interested in running your stuff. And, of course he got offended. He didn't get mad, but he was offended. Rightfully so. I mean, I was pretty rude. But I just was telling it like it is. We're not just playing around. We win a lot of races. Listen, guys, I'll be honest with you. I've got over 300 trophies here from all the races I've won. I stopped counting at 300. They were everywhere. Now they're in boxes out in the barn because I don't have room for them. But I've got an old refrigerator sitting out right in front of the garage here that's got at least 50 trophies sitting on it. They're out in the weather and everything. I didn't put any of the ones that are made out of that cheap fiber wood there. All the ones are either the plastic or the marble with the plastic pieces on it. But yeah, I've got trophies everywhere. The important trophies are in the house. So the Dirt Oval National I won is in the house. And that Region 2 race I told you guys about that I won, that one's in the house. The last national I went to where my battery sponsor screwed me, I've got those 2 big trophies. They're in the house. So I've got hundreds of trophies from all the races I've won. And I'm very proud of every one of them. And I can pretty much, by looking at any one of those trophies, tell you the race and how I won it. How the race went. I mean, it's a big part of my life. And I was very proud of it. But thinking back now, what I could have possibly had with Traxxas had I decided to run their crap and lose races, but where would that have put me on the radar as far as where I am today? If I had been with Traxxas all this time as a loyal, supporter of their product, racing their product, selling their product, where could I possibly be right now? Who knew? I mean, Traxxas is still not a competitive brand to race, but, it's become a very big brand for your kick around fun, and they've come out with some pretty cool stuff. So, but yeah, that's I'm going to say it's a regret. I'm on the fence whether it really is or not, but I'm going to say it is. That was definitely something I definitely gave a little more thought to than just throwing them out. And I didn't throw them out. I basically told them, though. I mean, I didn't pull any punches. I told them, no, we're not going to run your crap. And I did call it crap. I said, it's toy grade RC cars. We're not going to be competitive with it. I said, no, I don't want to race it. My guys don't want to race it. I don't want to race it. We're not, so I'm not interested. And I wasn't going to carry it in the store either because it takes up a lot of shelf space that I didn't have. And that wasn't the clientele I had. Where my hobby shop was off the beaten path, so I didn't have your drive-by traffic. Of course, my rent was very low, but the racers knew where I was, and that's who I was catering to. So anybody that was racing knew to come to my shop to buy custom parts that I would make on my lathe or milling machine or whatever racing advice, because I won everywhere I went down here. So, people come and ask you questions, and I was free to give away all my information. Only one time I held back. When I set the track record at that one race and won the race, there was 2 factory drivers there, and one of them was a good friend of mine. His name's Dave Hall, and he was an associate factory driver. And he knew that I had set the track record the week before in a practice race. And I come over to say hi, and he was talking to me, and he said, so, you're going to give away any of your secrets? What are you doing? Anything you want to share? And I started to tell him he had something wrong with his car, and I started to tell him what was wrong with it, and I stopped. Because, I'll be honest with you, he had kicked my ass. I mean, he had speed that I didn't have, but his car didn't handle. But, oh my God, was his car fast. So, I started to tell him what he's got wrong on the car, and I stopped. And that's the first time I had not given away, because I wanted to win the race, and I did win the race. You know, he was plowing the walls down. He'd go flying by me down the straightaway and hit the wall in the corner, and I'd drive right on by. And then, you know, a lap later, here he comes screaming past me again, hit the wall, you know, and he's upside down or off the track, whatever, and I'd go around again, you know. And, you know, so at the end, I ended up winning the race. And he made jokes about, yeah, I must have passed you 13 times. And I laughed. I said, yeah, but I passed you back 13 times. And then he laughed. And, you know, so, yeah, his car handled like shit because he didn't know how to set it up. And I could have told him how to fix it, and I didn't. And that's one of the very few times I did not voluntarily give away my secrets. I, you know, started to tell him, and I said, boy, it sure is a nice day. Just changed the subject. So, and I'm very happy I did that, because that was a big win for me. I was very happy to make that win. You know, again, we set the track record, won the race, you know, my Tightwad Hobbies logo on everything. You know, it was a big day. I was very happy with that, and I could have blown it, you know. So, but the rest of the time, you know, I'd tell them what we were doing because I'm better at them. I'm just better than them. That's, you know, I knew I could win the race. I didn't need to hide anything, and I did. You know, and then that one time we won that dirt oval race, it was a Region 2, I think it was the Region 2 national race, and in this part of Florida was in Region 2. And I had one of my drivers was factory sponsored by Redline Motors, and I knew they had batteries and motors. They had the best motors. Everybody that was doing anything was buying Redline Motors. And I knew they had batteries that would win the race, so I told Nathan, listen, you drive my car, I'll set it all up for you, and just do what I tell you. And we're going to walk away with this thing big time. And we did. And it wasn't even close. And he just couldn't believe it. You know, and to this day, anytime he runs into me, he brings that same race that weekend up. And he just laughs and smiles. He says, I just can't believe how you knew we were going to just destroy everybody at that race. You knew it. And he says, I've never won a race so easily in my life. It was amazing. And so it was a lot of fun. You had a clodbuster? Oh, yeah, Dave. Yeah, see, you know, and that was one of the things. That's why we were called Tightwad Hobbies. You know, we were running all the wrong shit. I'll be honest with you guys. We weren't running Novaks or Tikans. We were running Futaba speed controls. Or, hell, for a while, honest to God, again, my hand to God, I was running the mechanical speed control that came with an RC-10, the wiper arm. I was running that, okay? Because it worked. You know, I was winning races, nobody could run with me, and I'm using the old wiper arm, okay? So to buy a $200 Novak, you know, you couldn't convince me I had to have it. I was kicking everybody's ass that had a Novak anyway. So why am I going to spend $200 for a Novak? I don't need it. You know, I'm killing you guys as it is. So, you know, it was just, and that's how we got the name Tightwad Hobbies, because I didn't refuse to spend that kind of money. I didn't spend that kind of money because I didn't need to. I did use that kind of, I didn't have to spend the money, thank God, but the one race I went to in Texas, you know, I got help from one of my drivers' dad was, you know, he was a factory driver for Team Associated also, and his dad was super cool. And, you know, Ray and I became very good friends, and I lost my battery sponsor for that race, and I asked him if I could use some of his stuff, and he said yeah. And then he told me what to do, and I wasn't going to argue with him. You know, he said, take that piece of crap Futaba speed control out of the car, and he hands me a brand new Novak. And I wasn't going to argue with him. I said, okay, I know it's not going to make any difference, but I'll put it in. You know, so I put it in the car, and I ran all of his stuff, and I finished. You know, I won. I think. The B main in four-wheel drive oval stock, and I finished second in the C main of modified. So I come home with 2 giant trophies. They're in the house. But yeah, locally, nobody could touch the stuff we were running. We were running garbage, and nobody could touch us. It was hilarious. There was a motor that came out, and again, we buy all the cheap crap. That was our motto. That's why the Tightwad Hobbies. So this motor came out called a UG. I don't remember why it was called that. That was the name on it. UGE, I think. And it was a stock motor. So we threw them in the car and tried them out because they were really cheap. They were like $9 or something. And we threw them in the car and they were crap. So we just kept playing with them until we frickin' basically cooked them. I mean, we got them so frickin' hot. We melted the brushes out of them. And so we took I oiled the bronze bushings and cleaned the motor all up and spun it out. And then we put the little commutator cutter through the spring, the brush hole, and cleaned up the commutators, put new brushes in them, and that thing ran like a raped ape after you do that. After you heat the fucker up like till it's meltdown and then clean it all up, it ran unbelievable. So we did that. We went to the races. We blew everybody away. And, of course, the next day they all ran out and bought those motors and then took them all back the day after because they didn't know you had to heat them up and abuse them before it would start to run good. And it was just hilarious, we were called cheaters everywhere because, we're running crap and we're winning. And they just, and I laughed. I just said, listen, any of my stuff is for sale. Any one of my guys on any car, anytime is for sale for stock price. If you want the motor out of that car, it was a $28 limit on the buy. Okay, so if they wanted the motor, I told them, give me $28, you can have the motor out of any car we're running. Just point to it. I'll take it out and hand it to you right now. Just give me the $28 and I'll give you the motor. So if I'm cheating, why would I offer to sell it to them at base price, retail price? So I just told them, I said, and that stands, if somebody won't sell you their motor, you come tell me. And I did have one guy that refused to sell the motor until I went and talked to him. But, yeah. So, if they wanted the car, yeah, I'll sell you the car. Whatever price of an RC10 was retail. Of course, nobody ever spent retail for it. But if you want the car, I think retail was $329 on an RC10 back then. Give me $329, you can take the car. Just the way it sits. You just saw it win the race, you can have it just the way it sits. Give me $329. Nobody ever bought a car, but we had several guys buy motors. And batteries. Same thing. Battery price, whatever the price was for the battery. Yeah, I'll sell you the battery. Whatever it was. I made it very clear to everybody that thought we were cheating that you could buy anything I'm running anytime. You just let me know. And, and then one race, they were saying I had a Tekin speed control in a Futaba case. One guy accused me of that. He says, that ain't no Futaba speed control. That's got to be a Tekin, and you just put a Futaba case on it. And I said, really? It was on the track when he said that. And I said, watch this. And I hit the button and it went backwards. So it had reverse in it. And I looked at him. I said, do you know any Tekin speed controls that have reverse in it? He goes, no. I said, well, there you go. Every time somebody had something to say, I could shut them down. Every time. Because we weren't cheating. We never did anything illegal at all. We just had a bunch of really smart guys and some damn good drivers. And when I say smart guys, everybody on my team had something to contribute. Man, I had guys come in with more damn knowledge from electrical engineers that knew electric motors and, real race car guys that helped us with suspension setups. And, I mean, we just had a group of guys that when we put all of our information together, we were untouchable. We really were. We just won races everywhere we went. So it was a lot of fun. We really had a good time. I went to one race. It was at a veterinarian's office. The guy put a racetrack next to his parking lot for the vet. And it was a beautiful big flat. It was a big flat track, so it was hard to see the far side because it's huge. Blacktop, And it was way the hell north of where I am now even. It was way up north. And I went up there one night by myself. And it was a 6-cell modified class. And I went out and I'm watching these guys run around and nobody's very fast. And I'm just laughing to myself, you know, these guys are way out of touch with reality. So I had a stock motor in my car and I just left it in there and I put it on the track and I was blowing by everybody. And so one of the guys protested my car. We weren't racing yet, we were just practicing. And so an official came over and says, "Can I see your car?" I said, "Sure." You know, he picked it up and he's looking at it and he looked at the motor and he said, "This is a stock motor." I said, "Yeah, I know." And he looks at me, he goes, "You know, this is a modified class." And I just looked at him, I said, "Do I need a modified motor?" And he started laughing. He goes, "Nope." He says, "They're all processing your car now and you're running a stock motor and kicking their ass. So no, you don't need to put one in there, but you can if you want." And I said, "Well, I think I'm just going to leave that one in here for now because I ain't seen anything here yet that can come anywhere near touching me. So I guess I'll just keep running this." And he just laughed and put my car back down and said, "Having a good hell, have fun." And so in the main, they reversed the field. So last place got the start first. And I was in the back. And every time I came up to take the lead, the guy that was running the lead at the time kept taking me out. He'd stick me in the wall. He did it to me 3 times. And I said, "Okay, that's it." So the next time I came up to pass him, I was on the outside like I was going to pass him. It was a Days of Thunder maneuver. I was going to pass him on the outside, and I hit the brakes and then went to the inside. And he went out to the outside trying to cut me into the wall again, and he hit the wall, and I drove by. And so now I'm out in front, and now I'm coming around to lap him, okay? You know, like 3 laps later, I'm lapping him now. He didn't try to jam me in the wall then, you know. He let me go by. So I lapped him, and then, you know, I won the race by like 2 or 3 laps. It was ridiculous, you know. And they just, you know, the guys, several of the racers came over, "Where the hell did you come from?" So, you know, down south, you know, Clearwater area. And they're just shaking their head like, "My God, is everybody down there that fast?" I said, "Oh, yeah, down where I'm at, yeah, everybody's this fast." And so, yeah, these guys are way out of touch. Right. But the UG motors we were running, Dave, were not. I mean, they were stock class motors, but this company wasn't selling them to be raced. They were just, you know, you would throw it in your Tamiya Frog or whatever kind of deal, you know. But it was the right turns, you know. It was the windings was correct for stock class, and they were like $9. So, you know, we really weren't buying them to race them. We were buying them to kick around in the parking lot. You know, we had no idea they were going to be any good, and they weren't at first. So, but we didn't give a shit. We were just playing out in the parking lot, right? So we're out there running the fuck out of them, 7 cells, 8 cells, you know, and just getting them so hot you can't touch them. And then, like I said, after we cleaned them up and oiled the bronze bushings, and then, you know, cleaned the commutator and put new brushes in it, oh my God, that thing turned into a frickin' animal. And yeah. So we ran that. It was an off-road race. It wasn't an oval race, but we just kicked everybody's ass at that race with these crappy UG motors. And we didn't lie about anything. We told them, yeah, look at, did you do anything to it? And, well, we ran the shit out of it. That's the only thing I said. I didn't tell them exactly what we did, but we ran the shit out of it. And they just couldn't believe it. So, of course, the next day they were at Phil's hobby shop buying all the UG motors he had on the shelf, and then they brought them all back the next day because they were crap. And they were. until you really heat them up. So, but yeah, like I said, I shut everybody down with their, we must be cheating crap, and told them, listen, I've got a claimer on anything we're running. You want it? Just come tell me and I'll sell it to you. Just let me know what you want. And it's 2 guys that asked me, really? So if I want the motor out of your car right now, you'll take it out and give it to me? Yep. I'll give it to you right now because I've got 4 more of them in the box that'll run just as good as this one because I haven't done a damn thing to it. So if you want to pay me $28 for it, you can have it. It's yours. And a couple of guys bought them, So I threw another motor in and went out and won that heat. And then the next, another guy comes over and says, "My buddy says he bought your motor from the first heat." Yeah. He says, "Is the one in there now for sale?" I says, "Yep." So he bought that one, and I put another one in the car. Won the main, took home the trophy. You know, yeah, you know. You know, the car setup and driving was way more important than the motor. You know, I proved that big race that Bob Hall was way faster than me, but I still won the race. I mean, when he went by me fast. It was, you know, it was embarrassing, to be honest, how much faster he was than me. But his car didn't turn, so he couldn't go around the corner. And he'd be slamming the wall and sliding against the wall, trying to get around the corner, and I just turn inside and I'm gone. And you know, and it would usually I got a big enough jump on him that it would take him about a lap and a half to catch me again, and then he'd go flying on by again and hit the wall again, and you know, it was funny. Right, they were 540 sealed can motors. You couldn't, you know, the cans were crimped on the end. You couldn't, you know, a couple of guys, not my team, but other teams, you know, you could tell that they were twisting the end bell to try to get, you know, the timing turned up, which technically was illegal, but, you know, some places they let them get away with it and others didn't. All I did was put cut brushes in it. So you take the brush and you cut it so that instead of the brush hitting on the motor like this, if you cut it in half, now it's only hitting on this part of the commutator. Well, that's like turning the timing up. So we would run a half brush to turn the timing up, and you know, that was one of the tricks that we did. You could buy them. I mean, I didn't have to custom cut them. I did sometimes. You could buy the timed brushes. It wasn't a big secret, you know. But that was one of the things that we would do to turn the timing up, depending on the motor we were running, you know. But yeah, all the tricks that you know. I think the big problem that the other guys had is they'd race on the weekend and then they'd put the shit away and not touch it all week long. We were playing with our shit every single night. I mean, every night the guys were at my hobby shop till 3 in the morning. That's why I can do these long, because I'm used to this. We used to play with our cars till 3 o'clock in the morning every night. And I had a full-time job to go to in the morning. You know, I was working for Honda at the time. So, but yeah, I opened my shop when I got off work. I got off at 5, got home by 5:30. I'd have the shop open by 6, and we'd stay open till 3 in the morning. Sometimes, you know. And, you know, we weren't just bullshitting like we're doing now. I mean, right now, if we were all someplace where we could fly or race cars, we would be playing with our shit while we're bullshitting. You know, if we could all be together right now playing with, you know, trucks from Horizon or flying night fly planes or whatever, that's what we would be doing. We'd still be bullshitting like we're bullshitting right now, but we'd be doing something at the same time. We'd either be racing cars, sailboats, flying planes, doing something, you know, if we could. And that's what we did every night. So not my whole team, but most of my guys would show up every night, and we'd go out in the parking lot and we'd run the crap out of our cars, you know. And that's how those UG motors got broken into run so good. It's because we were out every night running the crap out of it till it was so hot you couldn't touch it. So, and we never threw anything away. Another story I had was this car. All right, we had an endurance race one night. Now, I always ran this car in my endurance race. Okay, the RC10. Because it's got a buggy body on it and all the dirt stayed out of it. You could change the battery really quick in it. So this was my endurance, 500 lap endurance race, okay? And one guy would drive it. I usually had Mike drive it and I pitted it. And this is what we won every race with. So one time we went to a race and we decided, well, let's try something different. You know, just because we're having fun, we're screwing around, you know. So we won every single endurance race there was. So Mike's out there driving this one around. He's hitting the wall and he's flipping it upside down, and he's looking stupid out there, right? He's looking like he's having a bad night. The car's not handling or whatever. So everybody's thinking, you know, they might have a shot tonight because Mike's, you know, the car's not running right. So it's time to race, and I walk out to the line with this. So everybody looks at me and go, "You're going to run that?" I say, "I thought we'd give it a try." So, of course, they say go, and he's lapped the field like in 3 seconds with this thing, right? So we're killing him. So we get, in the first quarter of the race, we get a good 40 lap lead, right? But the car, being a full body car, is just getting caked full of mud inside. So it's getting heavier and heavier the more we run it. And so every time I pit it, put a battery in it, I'm trying to knock all the dirt out of it because it's just filling up with dirt. So we never really got any farther ahead than the 40 laps. We just maintained it for the rest of the race because I kept spending all this time cleaning the dirt out of the car. So we won the race, by 40 laps, and everybody was laughing about, that we picked that car, and they just laughed. I've always got something up my sleeve, kind of stuff. And so the next week, same track, but this time there wasn't an endurance race, just your regular qualifiers in the main. And so the motor that was in the car after the race, had been red hot, and and I'm turning it, and it's making this god awful screechy sound as I roll it over. So Mike, my driver, is going, "Oh my God!" He says, "That motor's gone." I said, "Yeah, I think that one we can call it a day." And he says, "That one's not going to run again." So I took it home and I cleaned it all up, oiled the bronze bushings, cleared the commutator, put some brushes in it, ran perfect. So I threw it back in this car, right? The next week, gave it to Mike, told him to run it. He ran it. When the race was over, he won. The race is over. I told him, "That's the motor out of the car we ran last week." And he says, "You're kidding." I says, "No." And he just starts laughing because we're tight with hobbies. And he just shook his head, started laughing. He goes, "You're unbelievable." And I said, "Hey, what the fuck?" So he's laughing because we really had fun. We had more fun just screwing around than anything else. I got a real funny story if you guys want to hear it. It was hilarious. So it was the first endurance race we went to. It was not at the track that we normally went to. It was at another track we never went to. It was an indoor track. So back then, this used to have the pin was here and here originally on RC10s. So there was a clevis pin like this on a post here, and then one back here. So we got wind that they were having these endurance races. "Oh, you're going to take off, Stinger? Well, have a good night, man. Yeah, you should stick around for this story. It won't be long. It's funny as hell." But no, it couldn't have been. It couldn't have been a ball bearing motor, Dave. It was not allowed. It had to be a bushing motor. And no, the end caps were. I can show you. I've got the motors laying around here. The end caps were crimped on. They weren't screwed on where you could take them apart or turn the timing or anything. It was a crimped on end bell with bronze bushings. That's why it was a $28 motor. You're right about the $28. It was a $28. They were all $28 motors. But yeah, the end cap was crimped on, and you weren't allowed to uncrimp it and fart with it. You weren't allowed to take it apart, and because some guys took it apart, put a different commutator in it, and tried to crimp it back so it looked like what hadn't been opened, and And if you protested and put the $28 up, they'd take the guy's motor apart. And if it wasn't a stock commutator in it, you got your $28 back, and he walked away with a motor that was destroyed. But yeah, no, it was a non-ball bearing bushing motor, crimped on end bell, non-adjustable. Yeah, that was what made it a stock motor. So anyway, so we get wind of this. We decide at the last minute. It was a Sunday. I was open for business at the hobby shop, and we decided that I wasn't busy at all. We were dead. So I said, "Okay, let's. You want to go to the race?" And Mike says, "Yeah, let's go." I said, "All right. Well, let's get the car set up." So we're just farting around, right? And I said, "Well, what if we just cut the body off here, okay, and then." So we'll cut the body off here so we don't have to deal with the suspension and the pin back here. We'll leave this pin on so that the body can hinge forward this way. And then we'll put Velcro on the sides to hold the back of the body. So when it comes in, all I need to do is grab the sides of the body like this and pull them up to release the Velcro. Just pull the body forward and it'll just pivot on the pin. And I said, and we won't use the battery straps. You know, the old, they're in here. These straps on the old battery tray here. See these plastic straps here? That's what holds the battery in. We just took the straps off so that the battery would just lay in the pan, but the body's Velcroed down so that it's going to hold the battery in. So let's just do that and see how that works out. And, you know, and then we practice a couple of times, and I could get the battery out in a second and a half. I mean, literally, he'd drive right between my legs. I'd rip the body off, reach in with this hand, grab a hold of the plug, unplug the battery with the other hand as I pulled the battery out of the car in one motion. I'd yank it out of the car by its wire, and I just threw it on the ground. Grabbed the other battery was laying right there, stick it in, plug it in, and put the body down and throw the car back on the track. So we did that. We practiced. Everything looked cool, and you know, I had batteries charged, and I thought, you know, so we're pretty much ready to race. You know, it took us, you know, like 10 minutes to do that, and we were ready to race. So now we're thinking, okay, what can we do to have some fun, right? So Mike's wife works at a optometrist's office. So she comes up, brings us, you know, we said, hey, you know, go to the dollar store and get us some of those visors, you know, the plastic, you know, like the golfer visors, and bring us the, you know, the sunglasses they give you after they dilate your eyes that cover your front and the sides. She had a pile of those. I said, bring us some of those and get us some visors. And she brings those up, and I called my wife and I said, hey, we need Dixie cups, yarn, and sponges. So stop at the grocery store and pick up that stuff. So she does. So again, my hand to God, this is what we did, right? So we made the sponge the radio, and the yarn went from the radio to the Dixie cup. And we had the glasses and the visors on with a boom mic out of a piece of, you know, those damn straws like things. What the hell do they call those? Anyway, you know, so we made a boom mic out of that held the Dixie cup on with the yarn going down to the sponge. And we all had them on. So it looked like we were all, you know. So we get to the race, and we have no idea what we're doing. We have no idea how competitive this is going to be. But we're having fun. So we all have this rig on, right? And we're walking in, and we're all testing the radios like we're talking to each other. Testing, 1, 2, testing. Yeah, I got you. Yep, I can hear you. Yeah, and we're all doing it, right? My wife, his wife, me, him, and one other guy. So the 5 of us come walking in. We're all testing these stupid Dixie Cup radios, and everybody's laughing hysterically, right? So, you know, we're having fun. We're just screwing around. We're having fun. We have no idea what we're doing. So Mike says, we're about to start the race, and Mike says, so what's our strategy? And I said, well, let's just pit when the leader pits. That's my strategy. I said, and he says, okay, that sounds good. I said, that way we figure we'll stay on the same lap, and, you know, we can keep track, and, you know, unless we're running out of battery or whatever, but let's just try to, you know. He says, okay. So the race starts, and he's like 6 laps ahead in the first minute. So we're leading the race, and we're killing everybody. And so I walk up on the driver's stand, and Mike's laughing. He says, okay, now what's the strategy? I start laughing. I said, I don't know. Let's just play it by ear for right now. I don't know. Just keep driving. He says, okay. So he's driving, and I know how long we can run, so I'm not worried too much. So we're still running, and all of a sudden the first guys that are going to pit pull into the pit area, and the guy walks over into the box, picks up the car, walks it over to the wall, sets it on the wall, pulls all the 4 body pins out of it, takes it off, takes the 2 battery clamps off, and I'm looking at him like, are you kidding me? And he takes the battery out. He was on the wall for 3 minutes. And he puts the car back in the track, and off he goes. And I walk up on the stand, and I'm telling Mike what's going on, and he's just laughing hysterically. The second car pulls in, and the guy picks the car up off the track and takes it all the way back to his pit. Oh my God. Are you fucking kidding me? Really? So Mike's like, oh, we're both laughing our heads off because, I mean, we're killing this thing. I mean, we're probably 10, 15 laps ahead of these guys before they even took their cars back to the pits. Now we're 25 laps ahead of them. We haven't even stopped yet. So I said, well, we got plenty of battery, but let's just pit it anyway. What the hell? He says, okay. I said, all right, I'm going to go down, next time by. Where he's coming down in front of us right now. And it was a road course, too, off-road, jumps and shit. And I said, I'll go get in the box and you pull in. And he says, okay. So I go down there, and the guy's announcing everything, and he says on the mic, okay, it looks like Tightwad Hobbies is kind of pit, because I see Kenny down here in the pit box, but I'm not really sure what he's doing. He's kneeling down. And Mike drives in, and I swear to God, as fast as we practiced it, zip, 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 boom, and I threw the car out, and it didn't go anywhere because it was sitting out there, and it didn't go. So I at least a couple seconds went by, and I reached for it like there was something wrong with the car, and then it took off. So, and the announcer's going, oh my God, did you just see that pit stop? Holy crap, So I walk up on the stage, on the driver's stand. I said, Mike, what happened? Why did, and he says, I stopped to wipe my hands off, and I was, wiping my hands off, and I looked around, and when I looked back, the car was sitting out there. So I pitted it so fast, Mike didn't even realize it. So now we're like 50, 60, I don't know, 100 laps ahead. I don't know. It was ridiculous, right? So we finished the race 45 minutes, my hand to God, 45 minutes ahead of second place. We put all of our stuff in the car. We put everything away. We came back in and we sat in the bleachers to watch the rest of the race, right? We'd finished 45 minutes ago because we wanted our trophy. And it was such a blowout. It was the second time I pitted, he timed me. And it was like 1.8 seconds, is how long I was in the pits. Because he was ready for me that time. When he saw how fast I pitted the car, he wanted to time it. So he got a stopwatch, and he's calling it again. Oh, Tightwad Hobbies, got a pit. Everybody watch this. I'm gonna get, and he's got the timer, and he timed me, and and that time Mike was ready. I threw it out there, and by the time it hit the ground, he was on the gas, and it was almost wheeling away, and we just destroyed that. It was hilarious. We won that by so much, it was crazy, and that was the very first one, and of course we got. Word spreads fast in the RC car community, so everybody knew not only that we won it, but how badly we won it, and our pit strategy and everything. So the next race we went to, it was no more this putting it on the wall bullshit. Everybody was ready to do a fast pit stop. Nobody could do as fast as we were. Nobody was even close. But they were much faster than the walking it back to the pit or putting it on the wall and taking 4 body clips out. That was out the window. Now people were actually trying to, race, try to do something fast. And we just, the whole thing was a joke to us. We were just screwing around. And it turned out, like I said, we spent more time making the boom mics out of, straws and tubes and Dixie cups than we did setting the car up. And we just destroyed it. It was ridiculous. So... yeah, we had, back in the day, guys, I got to tell you, man, we were a force to be reckoned with, by far. And that's why I threw Traxxas out, It's like, no, we don't want to run your shit. Get it out of here. So, yeah, I regret that. That was a big mistake. I think, I think it would have ruined some of our racing, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? Credibility, maybe, but it probably would have gone a long way with Traxxas, and we'd probably still today be sponsored by them, and because I'm still in touch with all the guys I race with still. We could definitely, they're not still doing it, but we keep talking about going back to it. One of them was the guy that lost his drone here on the property, Bob. That was one of my drivers. He was one of the guys that, he teamed up with one of the other members to race against me and Mike. Mike and I were a team, and Bob and oh God, what was his name? Shit, I can't think of his name right now. But two of my other guys were, and then Ben Miles, who was in the show here one night, he was on a team with, I think he kept trading off with Bob. I think him and Bob were teaming up to race against us. So, it wasn't just other teams, but we were racing against our own team as well, just because it was fun, we were having fun. Yeah, I changed to the center body pin post. I came up with that one day thinking, what if I just put one pin in the middle? Because, because I still have the back end, and most people cut the back end off. I left mine on. So my body is trapped in the back because of the wing. So I didn't have any way of getting it off. So I couldn't fold the body forward. So I had to fold it back. And I thought, well... But I don't know, for some reason I just didn't like the pin in the front idea. I think the back of the body was flopping around too much, even though it couldn't come off, it was flopping around too much. So I moved the pin to the middle, so it would, and it's right on the edge of the windshield, so it would hold the whole body down, without flopping around, but I still only had one pin to pull off. So, so that's how that came to be. But yeah, I didn't go back to the Velcro. The only car we used the Velcro on was the enduro races, and I won every enduro race there was. That we were nobody ever, except gas car. I got my ass handed to me in gas car. Oh my God! And I thought, as good as we were in the electric, that I was going to just murder it in gas too. I really thought we had it all figured out. And oh my God, I got my ass handed to me bad there. Holy shit. It wasn't that we weren't prepared. It was more like we had a lot of failures that I was not anticipating. Okay? So we had battery packs that you would put in the car. Small battery packs, because they only had to last, the day, and, you're only talking, 6-minute heats with 6-minute warm-ups. And then a main that's 45 minutes. So, total runtime for the day was, a couple hours, But a 500 lap endurance race was more than that, quite a bit more than that. So I didn't think the onboard battery pack to run the radio was going to last all day. So I built a bigger battery pack out of the batteries we would run the car on. I built a battery pack out of those to run the car for the race, so that we wouldn't have to worry about changing the battery pack. We could just worry about fueling it and maybe putting tires on it. We had the quick release tires and all that. So I thought, well, so that's cool. And then I thought, if we have a belt failure, because you have to take the whole car apart to get a belt in it, because it runs through the chassis, so you can't just throw it on. You got to, take the chassis apart. So I put a spare belt in the area needed to go through the chassis, and then tie wrapped it out of the way. So if our belt failed, I could just cut it off, cut the tie wraps on the spare belt, put it down into the pulleys, and we would be ready to go again. So I had that. And, I thought I had it all prepped well, and we were ready to go and everything. And then right off the bat, we're having all kinds of radio problems because the battery pack I built, for whatever reason, wasn't working. We were getting all kinds of radio. It kept crashing in the wall and shit, and we were having all kinds of trouble. So I pull it off the track, and I take it out, and I put the standard battery we've always run back in the car, and it ran fine. I have no idea what the problem was with the battery, but we were getting radio hits from the battery pack somehow. But now we're already a lot of laps down with all that nonsense. And then from there, we had some other failures. I think we had a sprag bearing on the front wheel failed, and we had to change that. And meanwhile, there were two team associated factory teams there, and they were running flawlessly. So we were just getting our asses handed to us bad. And it was we were still having fun, but it was Mike and I were both laughing about it. I was like, wow, we weren't prepared for this at all. And he goes, no, we weren't. And he says, we were so good at this in electric. What the fuck happened? And he's, I don't know. So we laughed about it. We did horrible. We didn't place at all. We were also ran. It was not a good day. It was fun, but was not a good day. We were used to winning. So it was pretty let down that we got hammered so bad. So that was our first enduro gas car race. But anyway, so that's some of my fun stories from back in the day. Yeah, I still have a frog around here somewhere. And I think that wild thing, you guys, I asked you in the last chat, that show, and it was Rat Patrol. You're right, that's what it was. They were in that doom buggy thing with a machine gun on it. So Tamaya had one. I think it was called the Wild Thing. Not Wild Willie, not the wheeling Jeep. It was a doom buggy kind of car. And my first wife ran that as her car, and we had a Porsche body on it. It's around here somewhere. I thought it was under that bench right there, but I don't see it right now. But it's around here somewhere. I still have it. I still got the body she ran too. And then the frog, and then I still have my Subaru Brat. Oh, I haven't seen that in a while. I know it's here somewhere though. And those were the three of the Tamiya cars I had back in the day. I don't think. And I had the Porsche 959. I don't know if you remember that thing. That was an all-wheel drive 10th scale car that was really fast. Holy Christ, that thing was fast. And I modified it into a 10th scale car so we could run it on the dirt oval. And that was pretty cool. So, yeah, right after that we started running RC10s. And then I was racing for Serpent, with the gas car. And then Serpent came out with a 10th scale on-road electric car. Okay. So I got one. And full suspension, nice car. And but it had a belt drive in it. And, my chain drive cars or my gear driven cars with my special training and everything, you spin the back wheel, take the motor away and spin the back wheels and they just roll forever. I mean, there's no load, there's no drag, and it just roll and roll and roll and roll and roll. And this belt driven thing, you couldn't spin the wheel. You roll the wheel and it stops immediately because there's a belt that's got some tension on it dragging the bearings, and it was so inefficient. And I said, well, this is crap. This isn't going to work. I mean, if it doesn't go fast, it's at least. I see you, farmer. It's good. I'm glad you're here. I see you here. I do this with the question marks. Do what? I see a bikini, and you don't want to see me in a bikini. So anyway, I'm looking at this pan car, this new pan car I got, and get Kenny's attention. You got my attention. What do you want? Did I miss something? Did you ask me a question? I see Farmer Man. Hey, hi, hello, nice, yep. GB, nothing addressed to me. What am I missing? You got my attention. I'll stop for a minute. What do you want? I'm not going to pose in a bikini. You don't want to see that anyway. Yeah, no, we still got 13 in the room. That's Brian Chambers. Hello. Farmer, fail. Yeah, hello, hello, hello. Do you want me to continue my story? You're tired of hearing my stories. Farmer asked you something. What did he ask me? What did you ask me, Farmer? Ask me again. I missed it. I'm 20 subs away from 200. Okay. I'm still looking for a question. Work uptake leak going all night. Okay. I'm not seeing a question. What did I miss? I must have missed something. What did I miss? Ask again. It's like the 8-ball. Unclear. Ask again. Continue. Okay, Brian, I will. Yeah, no, see you in. Yeah, no, you don't want to see me in. Okay. Farmer, okay, well, go ahead and ask it again, Farmer, and I'll catch up to you. So I decide I don't want to run this belt drive. I'm not happy with the belt drive. You know, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not happy. So I convert it to a gear drive. So I made, again, got a lathe, got a mill, I can make shit. So I make a new holder for the motor to flip the motor the other way around, because now instead of the motor and the drive gear running the same direction with a belt, there's going to be a counter gear in between. It's going to, you know, similar to the RC10 transmission. So that's going to make the rear wheels go the wrong direction. So I have to flip the motor over so that the motor's going the other way to make the wheels go the right way. So I make this new motor plate, flip the motor over. I put a counter gear on it that was from, it might have been from the Schumacher. I don't remember where I got the counter gear, but I got this counter gear that was the right pitch, you know, for the right teeth pitch. And I didn't care how big the gear was. I just wanted it to go the other way. You know, I can change the gearing on the motor to get the speed I need. So it really wasn't important how big the counter gear was. I just needed to be in between the two gears so that it would, you know, now you can spin it and it would just roll because there was no everything was bearing and there was no drag of a belt. So it's perfect. It's running fine. I put the motor in it. It's a rocket ship. So I'm real happy. I'm thinking this is great. You know, yeah, it technically they say that's a, you know, it's a transmission car and it's a disadvantage. Okay, I'm happy to run the disadvantage. So I go to the first race of the Florida State Championships, 10th scale electric on road. Okay, and I walk up to tech and they said, "Can I help you?" I said, "Yeah, I want you to tech this car before the race." "Well, we don't need to tech it before the race. We'll tech it after the race." I said, "No, you don't understand. This is a homemade conversion, and I want to make sure it's legal, that you approve it before I race it. Because if I'm not going to be able to run the car, I don't want to run the series. And if you would allow the car, then I'm going to run the whole series. So you guys need to make a decision whether the car is legal or not." So they take the body off, and they're looking in, and he goes, "Well, you know, you're running a transmission." I said, "Yeah, I know. Is there a problem?" "Well, it's the disadvantage for you. I'm aware of that. Is there any reason why this is illegal?" "No, you can run it if you want. I'm just telling you it's a disadvantage." "Okay, so the car's legal?" "Yes." "No problem." "No." "Okay, fine." So I race the race. I kill everybody. Win it way. I murdered them, right? They call me up to tech. They're going to disqualify my car. You've already checked the car and qualified it. You said it was legal. You said I'm running at a disadvantage. Yeah, but we've had all these complaints. Tough shit. You've already authorized the car to be legal. You know, there's nothing more to talk about. "Well, we can't. We're going to let you keep your win today, but you can't run the car anymore." I said, "Well, then I don't want. Give me my money back." "Well, we can't do that." "No, you're going to give me my money back because you've already told me I could run this car the whole season, and it was my disadvantage." And I said, "Okay," and you approved it. Now you're telling me you're going to disprove it. "No, give me my money back. I'm not paying for this race today that you already told me I could run the car, and now you're telling me I can't." So they gave me my money back, and I didn't run the car anymore. you know, in the state series, I still ran it in all kinds of pan car races everywhere and kicked everybody's ass. But that's another story. But yeah, they really pissed me off because I purposely had them check the car before the race, so I knew what they were going to tell me. They were going to tell me it was disadvantage because it's a transmission car, and I'm hurting myself. I was already ready to hear that, but I wanted to hear them tell me that it was legal to race. And then they did. And then when I killed everybody, they're all protesting the car because, they can't have the car. I said, well, first of all, nobody's running the car. They can go buy this car. It's available to anybody. Yeah, but not in the configuration you have it in. I'll modify it for them. If they want to run it just the way I'm running, I'll be happy to modify it. They just tell them, send me the car, and I'll modify it for them. Well, how much are you going to charge? I said, well, now, how does that matter? I said, I'm telling them I can give them exactly what I have. Do they want to race it or don't they? And they're like, so like I said, we had a lot of technology in our shed here, with the knowledge that all my guys had to contribute. We were definitely a force to be reckoned with. And that pan car, I've got it here somewhere. I think it's on the other side of the wall over there, if I remember right. I'm a pretty smart guy. And so are my guys. I mean, I didn't do it alone. I can tell you that one I did alone, but there was a lot of the stuff that went into this car and especially that car that my guys contributed. So, all right, Ethan, have a good night, buddy. Happy New Year. If I don't see you before then, Happy New Year. So, yeah, that was another one of the, and that particular race was at the gas car track that I ran all the time at, down in Fort Myers. So it was a long drive to go down there. I was driving all the way down to Fort Myers to race, and then, to get down there and then told my car was illegal. I was pretty pissed. So I'm looking here, and I still don't see a question from Farmer. Does anybody know what the question was? Since you guys, I guess, couldn't get my attention. You guys are you're hilarious. Did Dave leave? Where'd you go, Dave? So I don't know if you guys saw this or not. Yeah, I'm gonna plug Dave here for a minute. He's a submariner guy. He was on subs during his time in the military, which I'm a sub guy. I didn't serve on them, but I love them. So I've watched every documentary and everything. So I know so much about what he went through to get his dolphins. And the dolphins are your significant. It's like a pilot gets his wings. Okay, so after he's passed everything, and on a submarine, you have to know how to do everything. You have to know every job on the boat. Every job. You need to know how to do everything. Not just your job. You need to know how to do every job. Because in a submarine, you can't pull over and get a new guy to stand in or whatever. All right, Jeremiah, you're leaving, but you're quiet. You're just a lurker. But hey, I'm glad you're here. And thank you for saying goodnight. That's great. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed the show. You don't have to contribute. You can just lurk. That's perfectly fine. Thank you for saying goodnight. I hope we'll see you next week. Channel 6. Yeah, we're still alive. We're still here. I guess you left for a while. Yeah, I said goodnight to Ethan. I saw that. I told him Happy New Year. I don't know if he was still here when I said it. He might have already left. And I'll get with you. I know you want to talk on Facebook or something, so I'll get with you. We'll talk. We'll see what we can come up with. We'll make a game plan of something. So, it's in my register here. I'm thinking about it, trying to figure out what we're going to do. So I'll contact you. I'm just reading the, Flying Times comments. I was just saying hi. My bad. No bad. You're not, no bad there. That's fine. Oh, Cub Crazy's back. I didn't know you had come and left. I'm glad you're back. That's great. Oh, you want me to go through Ethan RC? Okay. On Facebook? Okay, no problem. I can do that. So anyway, getting back to Dave. So to earn your dolphins, which is a pair of dolphins, it kind of looks like wings when you put the two dolphins, you have to pass a test that you can do every job on the boat. That's a big deal. Not only it's a big deal to be able to do that, but to the person that's earning them, it's a huge deal. It's a big accomplishment to earn your dolphins. So Dave's a subber, and he earned his dolphins, and I think that's way cool, because I'm a huge submarine fan, and to know a guy now that did it for a job, I don't know if he did his 20 or not. I don't know that I've asked him there if he's answered that question, but he served on 3 different boats, and very cool. So I just thought I'd throw that out there for you guys that don't know Dave, Air Marshal. That's who I'm talking to, Dave Marshall, or Air Marshal. Super cool that he's a dolphin. He has his dolphins and he served on subs. I think that's cool. Not to, the rest of you military guys, not to belittle anything you guys did either. I thank all of you for your service, absolutely. I'm a huge supporter of the military. I stand behind you guys. You don't make the decisions, you just follow the orders. And you put your life on the line for us, and I can't thank you guys enough for that. So, back when the Vietnam thing was a big deal and everybody hated you guys came back from Vietnam, baby killers and all that crap, that was bullshit. I was not one of those people, and I used to argue with people that said those things. And so, you're out, Paul? All right, buddy. You have a good night. Glad you were here. Did I answer all your questions? Any more questions about the HAVOC or the radio? Helpful? Last minute feedback? So yes, Kenny, helpful. Yes, you have more questions. Brian, are you still here? Got 10 people in the room. Who's here? Roll call. If you're here, put your hand up. Go in the emojis, find a little hand, put your hand up. Raise your hand. Okay, just type anything. Just a single letter, I don't care. It doesn't matter. A symbol, a letter, I don't care. Just anything that lets me know you're awake and still here. Because I got 10 people in the room and nobody's talking. I'm talking to myself again. Listen, I got an airplane to go work on. If we're not going to talk anymore, I'll go work on the airplane. Be glad to stay. I just need to know somebody. Okay, there's a thumbs up. Thank you, Cub Crazy. There we go. That's one. So what part of the show were you say you're back? What part of the show were you here for? Were you here at the beginning? You know, did you hear everything about the HAVOC and the Taranis radio compared to Wes's IX-12, or do you have any questions about it? Colin, you're still here. Cool. Glad you're here. Super cool. I definitely have to watch. I still haven't watched the unboxing of the Banshee. I need to watch that. I want to see how it comes boxed. So that's gonna be the next thing I watch. I definitely am interested in that. I really love that airplane. Man, I tell you, that's. Okay, so you were here. So, was that good? Any other questions? You know, did I answer a lot of questions you had? Was it good? It's okay if you still like the IX-12. I'm not judging. I know Colin's a big fan of his IX-12. That's fine. No big deal. Just giving you guys options. That's all. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to belittle anything or change anything. Just giving you an option. If you want to know what else is available. Giving you some, because I'll be honest with you, out at the flying field, I talk to these guys all the time, and they look at my radio and they go, "What kind of radio is that?" And I'm like, "You don't know what kind of? No. Do you watch YouTube? No. Oh, are you online at all? Not really. Oh. And then I have to tell them all about the radio because they've never seen one before. So they're flying a DX6i or maybe a DX8 or something, and that's the only radio they know. They don't know anything else. So I'm just giving you guys information of what your options are. That's all. You were here for the porn and the pizza. Oh, I wasn't here for that. Oh, damn. How did I miss that? Oh, that's right. Dave was watching the porn on his IX-12. That's right. I remember that part. Yeah, my radio won't do that. You guys win there. I can't watch porn on my radio. Oh. You're working for another 4 hours. What do you do? Right. And Wes alluded to that, crazy, that if you don't want to be able to order a Jimmy John's sandwich on your radio, and the 9 does everything the 12 does, without the extra stuff of the, basically an Android phone being in the radio. So yeah, your 9 will do everything you want it to do, as long as you don't go over 9 channels, which. Honestly, the most I've ever gotten to was 7 or 8. I know 7. I know 2 of my planes are 7 channel. Oh, no, that one's an 8. This one. I think they say it's a 9. Don't they? Well, they say it's 12 channels, but my P40 says it's 12 channels too. There aren't 12 channels in the thing. But it had the standard 6. 7 was the canopy opening. 8 was the canopy ejecting, so that the pilot could come down on a parachute. Oh. 9, I didn't use 9. 9 was set up to have the smoke and it had smoke bombs so you could hang on the wing, and it was wired for it, so that you could plug in these smoke bombs on the pylons on the wing, and then you could fly with the smoke trailing. It looked like this. It looked like a bomb like this, but it smoke would come out of it. So you put 2 of these on it and it would smoke. But I never used that. So it was 8 channels for me. That's the most I've ever used, is 8. Right. That's all I want my radio to do, is fly my plane. You know, I mean, I want the telemetry and it talking to me and all that, but I mean, as far as all this extracurricular stuff that the 12 and 20 do with the, you know, going online and running your updates through it online and downloading files, you know, I can do all that with this radio too. With, you know, the changing the voice and making it talk and making sounds and putting pictures on it. But I can't go on the internet and order a pizza or, you know, Jimmy John's or watch porn or whatever you want to do on the damn thing. You know, I can't do any of that. None of that helps me fly the airplane, so I don't need any of that. Don't care. So, oh, no, Kimberly Clark. Wow. Where's that at? That's like a pharmaceutical place, isn't it? Oh, they call the lights a channel? Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, I don't know how you call that a channel. It's not operational, and they just come on, and they're wired in. Hell, the way they do it, they wire it into the wingtips lights are wired into the servo. So it's not even a separate wire. They pick the power off the servo to run the nav light. So how the hell is that a channel? Christ, it doesn't even require a separate plug-in. It's part of the aileron. Yeah, they do some funny stuff, Alex. They're a little on the. I like their stuff, but it's complicated. Wow, B-24, huh? That's same thing, the Boozers. That's very cool. Very cool. Yeah, my dad served in Korea. He was maintaining the runways in Korea. I don't know exactly what his official title was, but that's what his job was. Your canopy ejects sometimes, but not on purpose. On which one? The Banshee? Or the Bearcat? Which plane is the canopy ejecting off of? Yeah, I know all about the editing, Colin. The If you guys go watch my 4-minute video on the Avanti, it's a music video. It's got music to it and 5 camera angles. I shot, I think it was 76 or 106 minutes of video to edit it into a 4-minute video. I had to review, I think it was 76 minutes. Not positive. I think it was 76 minutes of video. Review all of that over and over again to cut and paste 4 minutes together to make the video I shot, and put up. And then put music to it. And I'm very proud of it. It came out really cool. If you haven't seen it, go to my channel and click on it. It's a very cool video. I think it says 5 camera music video. Avanti, 80mm Avanti. If you type in Avanti 80mm music, you'll even if you just not in my channel but in YouTube, you'll find it. It'll be one of the top ones, if not the top one. It's not hard to find it. Oh, so you built it wrong and forgot the glue. Well, that happens. Yeah, what they did on this one, the tongue and groove's backwards, right? So most planes, the tongue is in the front and the latch is in the back. Not on this one. The tongue is in the back and it's magnets on the front. Okay, so you just pull the front up off the magnets to take the canopy off, right? So what they decided to do is say, hey, we'll just make a mechanism that pushes the canopy off the magnets and the window, rip it off the plane, and it'll yank the pilot out because the pilot's on a tether, and then and behind that his chute's laying on the floor at his feet, and rolled up, and it'll pull the chute out with it, and then the canopy, the pilot will come down on the parachute. So there's this scissor mechanism in the front with a separate servo that sits like this and then shoots up about this much because it's got a double scissor that expands it up, and it lifts way up, and that's what sits underneath the canopy in the front. So when you flip that switch, that thing goes whoop, and it just shoves the canopy right off the plane, and it works perfect. If you want to do an ejection, of course, then you have to fly the plane with no canopy and no cockpit because it all comes on, and then land it that way. But it doesn't seem to change the way it flies. It still flies okay. Yeah, I've done it a few times, and everybody thinks it's funny. They get a kick out of it. Brian, there you are. Have a good night, Brian. We'll talk to you, I don't know, the next couple days, next week when I do my show, whatever. But yeah, well, Thursday. I mean, it's it's Sunday night, not my night, but I had to share. So, but I'll see you Thursday, if not before. So yeah, so that mechanism just launches the canopy off, and the wind takes it from there. So that's kind of funny. It's different. Kind of odd, the way they do it. And then the really cool mechanism is the one that didn't work. It's the one that opens the canopy, because it literally slides the canopy back out from under the front, and then it lifts it up, from the transmitter. And it's very cool. But mine didn't work. And they still don't have it in stock, so I still can't get a working one. So I'm still waiting for that. I'd like to have that working, but mine doesn't work. Yeah, that otter looks pretty cool. God, Horizon, they come out with new planes so often. It's, and you want them all, I mean, I know I do. I want them all. I mean, not just Horizon's planes, but the free wing planes. And I mean, if it's an airplane, I want it. It just drives me nuts. I can't have them all. Yeah, that's the tough one. I do the hat cam myself, crazy, and I've tried aligning the camera up and down better, but then I try to zoom it in so that when it's flying out there, you can see it. It's not so far away, and every time I try zooming in, I never had the plane in the camera, in the view. It's always out of the view the whole time. It's either I'm flying above it or I'm flying below it. I've got it pointed up too high and I'm flying underneath it, or I've got it pointed too low and I'm flying over top of it. And but if I zoom it out and leave it all the way out, then I usually have the footage that I can use. The editing software now, I found out that I can, if I can play with that a little bit and get I can recenter it and zoom it in a little bit, but it usually takes quite a few iterations of that to get it, just playing around here, to get the best video I can get, of the plane flying where it's not so far away you can't see it. It's a struggle, but yeah, I've just can't. I never have anybody to video. I always have to do it myself. So I have a hat cam. It's a hard hat that I put the camera, and then the camera's actually right here. Where'd the camera go? Oh, it's right here. This is the camera I shoot when I do a video, not the live video, but when I do a build video or, one of those, or my Tyrannus tips and tricks. This is the camera I use right here. It's we can unplug it, it's charged. It's a Kodak Pix Pro AZ361. 36 times zoom. I forget how many megapixel it is. I think it's it right there? I think it's a 24 megapixel. 32 times or 36 times zoom, 24 megapixel. It's a nice camera. I really like it. And if you've watched any of my videos, just like this right now, the audio is coming from this is a laptop we're watching. It's a HP laptop. The little tiny camera at the top, your selfie camera is what's videoing it, and the tiny little microphone that's inside the laptop is where the audio's coming from. So it's pretty good. I've watched enough of this stuff. I have the audio turned down just a little bit tonight, but it still should be okay. I had it turned down because I had the laptop right here when the TV was off. But I'm still hitting the red. So the audio should be good. It might be a little softer than normal, but it still should be good. And same thing with this one. No external mic. The video comes flat right off of this, and the audio comes right off of here. Same thing, tiny little hole in here is with the microphone, and it works fantastic. So haven't spent any money on some big crazy microphone and or big crazy camera like Ryan's done and Wes has done. I just don't have any money for that kind of stuff. But at the same time, I don't think I need it. You know? And then here's Rafter Cam right here. So, and that works good too. It's a good little camera. So how you like the Otter? You know, good flyer, you like it? Did you already put the thrust vectoring on it? No, this isn't a digital zoom. This is a mechanical zoom. Yeah, it's this lens comes way the hell out of the camera. Yeah, it's a mechanical zoom. Yeah, I know digital zoom ruins your... yeah, no, this camera has got this big long lens that comes way the hell out of here. You know, it's a nice camera. It's not a DSL, because the lens isn't removable, but it's the same kind of camera, just without the removable lens. But it's got a, you know, the lens comes out of the camera almost 6 inches. It's pretty damn crazy. So yeah, I didn't want a digital zoom camera. That's, well, don't need that. Yeah, that's why I have this mounted on a. The hard hat I have is a cowboy hard hat because it's got an area on the top that's kind of flat. And then I took a bicycle handlebar mount for a camera and drilled a hole through the middle of the helmet and mounted that to it. And then that gives me the screw to mount the camera to the top of that. So it's sitting right on top of my head in the middle, so it's balanced. So it's not trying to pull the helmet off my head, my cowboy hat. And it's worked pretty good. I mean, I've been able to do pretty well. I haven't had any trouble keeping the camera on my head or anything. The only problem I've had is, like I said, I keep trying to either angle the camera up or down to get it, to keep it in frame easier for the way I'm, you know, tilting my head. And then I try to zoom in so that the, you know, picture's closer, and that never works. You know, every time I do that, I'm never in the picture. The plane, you can hear the plane fly by, but you never. You might catch a glimpse of it right at the top of the screen, and, you know, or at the bottom. You know, it's never in. So I shot 5 airplanes one day, and I left the angle of the camera in the same position. I had it right on. It was beautiful, and I didn't zoom it at all. But I tried to fly closer. I stayed in closer to me, and well, a couple of times I went too far down, because I usually fly all the way down the end of the runway, out the back door, between the trees, and then go up, you know, do a split S, come back around, and, you know, and then I remember, oh shit, you know, the camera isn't going to catch that, I'm too far away. So then I try to reel it back in and just stay right in front of me here. So yeah, and then I try to fix as much as I can in editing before I put it up. So one of them was the one I just put up, the Bearcat. I just put that up, I think, this week. Well, it depends on when you start your week. But yeah, last week or this week, depending on if Sunday is the start of the next week or the end of the previous week. So, but anyway, yeah. I got, I think 3 or 4 more planes. I know my Sky Raider's on one. And I think the Avanti's on one. Not that I've already got a lot of Avanti stuff up, but I think there's another Avanti video. And maybe the F4. I think maybe the F4 I filmed. So yeah, I think I've got an F4 video to put up, the Avanti video to put up, the A1 Sky Radio to put up, and I think I don't know. That might be it. There might be another one. I'm not positive. But yeah, it's yeah. This is an optical zoom, right? It's not a digital zoom. It's 36 times optical zoom. Yeah, that's what this is. You know, it's not very. It wasn't an expensive camera. I mean, you would think it's $300, $400, $500. It's Kodak. It was only $100. This is the third of the Pix Pro. This is the third camera I bought to do these videos. You know, of course, each time I upgrade to a more megapixel, more zoom. So this is the latest, and it's a few years old now. But very happy with the Kodak products that these Pix Pro cameras have been wonderful. They do a great job. If you can go back 5 years and look at that was three cameras ago, including this one. That was 3 cameras ago. My first ones. You'll see the black bars on the side because it didn't do the wide, you know, the 16:9, you know, widescreen. It did the regular 4:3 or whatever. So there's the black bars on the sides. But that was a Pix Pro camera. Audio is still great. You know, the audio was super good. But yeah, it was the video was good, but not widescreen. And then the next one I bought was widescreen, and this one's widescreen. And you know, I keep zoom, you know, moving up the ladder. Every time I buy a camera, I buy a better, more megapixel, more zoom. So this is the last one, and I think it shoots great video. I mean, I've got a lot of videos up, you know, especially when I'm videoing here. You know, this does a good job too. I'm really shocked at how well that laptop is doing this live stream. Both the audio and the video, I think, are just pretty damn good. You know, for just a laptop. You know, it's amazing. Oh crap! Okay, here we go. I was going to say my window won't scroll again. Yeah, I have a Mobius that I do my on plane camera stuff with. I also that's what this is supposed to be, you know, but for me it's too big and bulky. I don't think, you know, I just think it's too big. It's too much wind resistance. So the Mobius has done a good job. So all my on plane stuff is done with a Mobius. And like that video, the music video I told you about, you know, it was all done with the on plane stuff was all done with the Mobius. But I flew 7 flights, and I had the camera in 7 different places. I think it was 7. Maybe it was 5 flights. I'm not sure. I don't remember exactly. I know there's... Well, I'll tell you. Hang on a second. So there was 1 forward, 1 backwards. That's 2. There was 1 on the bottom. That was 3. There was 1 on the side of the wing. That was 4. Yeah. So there were four flights with the Mobius in a different spot on all 4 flights. And then as I edited it all together, I just kept, you know, all 4 flights I flew the same pattern, you know, pretty close. So I would change the camera angle, like it was facing rear as I come down, and then when I get to this point, on the next flight where the camera was facing forward, I switched to the forward camera view. So it all flows together. It looks like one continuous flight with all these cameras on the plane at the same time, which in fact it was actually 4 separate flights. And then I took the hat cam footage and spliced it in as well. So there's a total of 5 camera angles with the one on my head and the 4 on the plane. And at 4 separate flights. And each flight was 6 minutes, 6 to 7 minutes, plus the hat cam stuff. So yeah, all that. And then I had to edit it all together. And it's a lot of editing's a lot of work. People that don't do it have no idea how much work it takes to edit a video, to with music or whatever you're going to add to it, to make a really nice show for people to enjoy. It's a lot of work. Sure. You want the craft antenna in your face again? Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, okay. So for you guys that don't know, this is an old AM radio. Okay, this is what we started with back in the 70s. And this radio is a 1970 radio. Okay? So this is a 4-foot antenna. Okay? Which is what we used to fly with. Okay? And yeah, I can do a... Let me change my camera angle here for a second. There we go. So yeah, now I can... I'm wiggling it on purpose, by the way. That's not nerves. I can steady it. I just think it's funnier when it's flipping around like this. Yeah. So yeah, this is a 1970s craft radio. This was my very first radio, so I learned to fly on. Right here. 3 channels, no nothing. No mixing, no dual rates, no, expo, no nothing. It's got a trim lever here for the rudder or aileron, and this one for the elevator, and this is the throttle over here. This lever here is the throttle. And that's all you get. So, yeah, it was, we're talking real old school here. Real old school. So, my eye! my eye! You're poking out my eye! Anytime, Flying Dimes. I'm here for you guys. Yeah, I think I have 3. I have a lot of radios around here. I have 3 of the old Futabas, a 6, a 7, and an 8, I believe. The old, I didn't have a Conquest. Mine were the gold, they're in the house. The gold sharp-edged, I call it the F117 radio. Had all the fillet sharp-edged plastic sides, gold Futaba, all the switches and all the, all that, yeah, and a module bay. So you can, if you want, put them out a 2.4 gigahertz module in the bay and fly a 2.4 gigahertz plane on that radio with, the module in the bay, but it's still a one airplane radio. It's not a computer radio, so there's no model memory. So you basically can either fly one plane at a time with it or have to retrim each airplane every time you fly it. It'll work either way, but You know, with these new radios and the technology and the computers and the memory and, you know, why would I want to screw one with my old Futaba radios? You know, not worth it. Yeah, the Conquest was a cheaper model. Still a good radio, still Futaba. But yeah, I have the gold ones, and then I've got a single stick 6-channel Royal radio. Um, and then I have a regular 2-stick Royal radio. They're blue. I think the Royal radio's right here, behind this. The 2-stick. I can't find my single stick. It was missing for years, and I finally opened a box and found it. And I was so excited to find it that I took it out of the box and I said, okay, I'm going to put this someplace special so I don't ever lose it again. And you wouldn't believe how much stuff I have in that place. I don't know where that place is. But there's a lot of cool stuff in my favorite, I'm going to put it here so I don't lose it again, space, that I have no idea where it is. So I don't know where the radio went. I took it out of the box. It was in the box with the Futaba radios. I should have just left it in there with the Futaba radios so I'd know where it is. But no, I had to take it out and put it in a special place so I won't lose it. Yeah. You know, and it's basically this. You know, it's just like this. It just has standard. It does have, the Futabas do have, or no, the Royal. I don't think the Royal. God, does it have dual rate switches and stuff? I don't think it does. It might, but I don't think it does. I think it's older than the Futabas, but you cradle it this way. You know, it's a big radio, full-size radio like that. You cradle it in your arm this way, okay? The throttle is on the side over here, so you just have basically a trim tab like this on the side over here, and that's your throttle. And then on the radio here, you've got a big knob on the top of the stick, and the knob's your rudder. So you hold the stick like this, and you turn the knob for the rudder, which is kind of like steering a car. So it makes tracking, you know, down the runway real easy, or helicopter. You know, if you wanted to, you know, yaw right, you know, you just turn the wheel to the right. I mean, it just makes sense, you know. And then, of course, your elevators pull, you know, up and down, and your ailerons are right and left. The rudder's on this there, and the throttle's here. And then there were a couple other switches. I think there was a couple switches on the side over here for your gear and flaps. And I think there was there might have been a switch on the front over here, or maybe two. I don't remember exactly. It's been a long time since I've seen that radio. But that was my favorite radio. I love that radio. And if I ever find it, I will probably put it in an airplane or a helicopter and go out and fly it just to show other people that have never seen one. You know, especially some of my good pilots that, you know, are really good pilots, and hand them this and say, here, fly with this and see how they like it, you know, because it's unique. I'm surprised they didn't bring it forward. Now, I did see a single stick conversion gimbal that you could put in one of these radios, and you'd still have this one over here that would probably go, you know, probably be not active. Maybe, I don't know. But this one had the knob on the top, so you had 3 channels all on the gimbal, you know, the up, down, left, right, and then the knob. So I did see that replacement gimbal that you can put in a radio. But you wouldn't fly it, well, you could, I guess, if you were in a tray radio. Yeah, if you set the radio in a tray, you could put your hand on top of this one and turn it and roll it at the same time, and have your other hand free to do the throttle. But I think I would just move the throttle to the side over here. You know, there's actually a slider over here on this radio, and I could easily manipulate that as the throttle. So I would just make the throttle dead, or some other It could be progressive flaps. You know, 1/2 flaps, move the stick halfway. You know, that would work. But the throttle would be over here, and then I'd have my hand on here to turn the knob. And so, yeah, that would probably work. But I can't find the radio. I don't know what I did with it. I'm sure it'll turn up. But, yeah, I was kind of bummed. Yeah, the differential throttle will make it do flat spins real well too. If you want to, you know, aerobatic, some really cool aerobatics with the differential throttle can do some really cool flat spins. So yeah, you might play with that too. But yeah, on the water, it's going to be awesome. You know, the only thing it would be better is to put the Hobby King speed control in it that has the reverse in it, like the Timber, so that you could put the motors in reverse. Oh, that would be sweet. You up oh well? What's that mean, Tara? You up oh well, huh? I don't know how I'm supposed to take that. The P40 is about done. It'll probably actually be done tomorrow. The only thing I have to do is glue the tail. I glued the rudder to the stabilizer, and I've run the wires down through the fuselage. You know, it's all sanded and ready. That's what I was shooting tonight earlier. You know, I shot the footage of where you want to sand it to glue it together and everything. So I literally just have to glue it on, okay, and then plug the wires into the receiver, put the prop on it, and then take it outside and bolt the wing on it. That's it. We're done. It's well, I still have to glue the cowl on too, but I'm going to put it on with contact cement, so that's instant. You know, what is that? 30-second glue job where you just stick it on a couple times, give it a few seconds to air, and it's done. You know, so that's all that is. So that's all that's left. And then I'm going to try to have it. I go to work tomorrow at 1:15. I'm going to try to have it done and the video edited before I go to work, so it can be uploading when I go to work. It'll be uploading. So when I get off work and come home, all I have to do is hit publish, and it'll be done. So that's what I'm doing. I was working on it tonight, and while I was watching Wes's show, and I would have had it finished tonight already if it wasn't for Wes. I found out that he was going to talk about the IX-12, and so I was teasing him before the feed. I typed in there, I have no interest in the IX-12, so I'm out of here. And I put LOL. And then Lori came in, stick around and we're going to have some fun tonight. So I immediately typed back, okay, you talked me into it. I wasn't going anywhere. I was just teasing. And I pretty much knew what Wes was going to say. Actually, he was more honest than I anticipated. He actually told us all the bad things about the radio that he doesn't like, which I was shocked, because I didn't think he was going to be that honest and tell us that he didn't like some of it. Thought he was just going to give us all the great points about it and let us fend for ourselves on all the crap that doesn't work right. But he was honest. That was great. I was glad he was honest. I still have no interest in the radio, for me personally, but a lot of things he was talking about, like putting a voice in the radio and having it say different things and all that. Put music in the radio. I can do all that with my radios. It does the same thing. I can put music in it, and I can change whatever. I can put whatever voice I want in it. Where I don't know if he can. You know, it came when he sent it in to have it repaired. It came with a new voice. So I know he can make it say anything he wants, but I don't think he can change the voice. Of course, maybe if he was like Dave Marshall and knew how to, program it, maybe he could change the voice. I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, I can go get it. It's out in the car. What did you want to see? Is there something particular you want to see, or can I answer a question? Or, yeah, I'll be happy to go get it, though. It'll only take a second. It's out in the car. How did you blow up the fan on your HAVOC? Yeah, I wasn't planning on going tonight, Tara. It was when Wes put up his at 7:30. Wes put up a preliminary to his show, and he was going to talk about the IX-12. I got the idea that okay, because I know he's not going to go more than an hour. So after his hour, it'll be 9 o'clock, and I can go live then and start talking about my radio and the HAVOC, because I was kind of excited how good it flew, and then play off of what he started talking about, how the Tyrannus for $180 versus his $600 will do all the same things except order a pizza or watch porn, Dave. um, oh, okay? You might. All right, let me go get it. I'll be right back. It's a little dusty, but the gear's up. That's what it looks like with the retracts up. Let me do this. Yeah. And then oh, the control horn's loose. And then the front this way. And the tail. Do a profile here. I love this thing. It's beautiful. Well, I can kind of show you. Let me do this. Since you want a close up, and I have Raptor Cam working as a portable rig tonight. Let me do this. Okay, so this is basically the texture it came looking. You see how smooth? There's just a little bit of hint of the texture of the foam. Now it's and that's pretty smooth also, but there's it gaitored a little bit. It got caught in the sun, so it started to gator a little bit up here on the top. It's not bad, but it was perfect when I got it. Let me see if the bottom of the plane is, because the bottom of the plane won't have any gatoring on it. Let me see what that looks like. Yeah, this is much better. So this is the way the whole plane looked like when I took it out of the box. Yeah, see how smooth that the foam is? I mean, there's almost no... You can't see the foam. The finish on this thing was unbelievable. It's damn near, it almost looks like a plastic model. It was so smooth. But of course, the Florida sun, here's some, and that's where the bomb, or I think it's an external fuel tank, hangs on that there. But yeah, it was super smooth foam. And then, of course, out in the sun, it gatored. It's dark navy blue. It's Florida. That's going to happen. You can't stop it. You don't want to stop it, don't fly it. Otherwise, it's going to do it. And huge battery bay. Let me show you that. I mean, you can get the transmitter in there. It's huge. My whole hand could go down inside. It's huge. You can put any size battery you want in there. I've already flown it with a 5,000 milliamp 3-cell, and the weight's not an issue at all. It handles it no problem. It doesn't even know it's there. And on a 2200. This thing will fly 9 minutes easy, and with a 2600. You know, same size though. I mean, physically it looks like a 2200. I think I was 16 minutes. You know, sport flying. It's not all wide open throttle. It's not all cruising slow. It's a mixture. But yeah, 9 to 16 minutes, depending on if it's a 22 or 2600. It's unbelievable. So, all right. So I'm missing some of the chat here. Let me get back to it here. Hold on a second. Let's see what I'm missing. Bearcat porn. Oh, that's funny. Oh God, not the midget talk again. Oh, here we go. Oh my God, you guys are killing me. Uh-oh, what happened? Wow. So while I was gone, GB came back in the room, Farmer Man came back in the room. Holy crap, I missed all kinds of shit. Porn and pizza. Okay, here we go. Oh my God, you guys are hilarious. Oh my God. I'm just getting caught up, guys. All you guys came back in the room and started chatting like crazy, and it scrolled like 3 times off the board, so I missed all of this. No, Farmer Man, this is the 1100 millimeter from Arrows RC. The 1200 millimeter Bearcat is from Flightline. Motion RC. Wow, I really missed a lot. So what are you doing up? Well, it's not that late for you, right? It's midnight, GB, right? You know, 12:20. It's 12:23 there, so it's not late for you. Still looks good though. Yes. Okay. I missed the porn. Oh well. The Energizer Bunny did a striptease. Wow, that would have been fun to watch. Yeah. Was he banging the drum? Oh my god, you guys are hilarious. Uh, oh wow, you had a chili cook-off tonight, huh? Oh, that sounds horrible. Yeah, we're getting ready to close it up. Um, till you guys came back into the room, nobody was talking, pretty much. You know, Colin was asking a question, and Brian, and yeah, it was getting pretty mute. So I was getting ready to just call it, and then Colin wanted me to go get the Bearcat, so I went out to the car and got the Bearcat. So God, you guys. Midget bunny corn. Oh, God. So anyway, getting back to the Bearcat going. I love everything about this plane. The only criticism I can say at all is I wish it had lights. But other than that, it flies fantastic. It looks fantastic. It's super. It's pretty damn fast. I'd say wide open throttle on a 3-cell, it'll hit 80. You know, with the gear up, it's pretty clean. So it's pretty fast. It's real efficient on battery. You know, you're looking at 9 minutes easy on a 2200. You know, and you could stretch that to 11, 12, maybe even 14, and then the 2600 brings you to 14 and up, easy. So it's a real battery. It's really easy on batteries. Really easy on batteries. So yeah, it's just, you know, the dark blue in Florida isn't good, but well, you know, it's Florida. What are you gonna do? This is a plane I would definitely buy a second one just to hang on the wall as a static display, because it comes out of the box so beautiful and the paint's so smooth before it gators out in the sun that it make a beautiful hanger, you know, just to hang up in the hangar to show off. You know, be a wonderful plane for that. So, but yeah, I have absolutely no complaints about this plane. I love the battery bay. You know, everything about it. I think this thing is, you know, I'm so glad I bought this one. I wish I had bought the T-28. I bought the Mustang because it was the Shangri-La paint scheme, and I had a Shangri-La and I sold it, and this was the Shangri-La again, a little smaller, but it was still, so I got it. And I love the Mustang too, except for the battery bay. The battery bay's a bad design, and I hate it. But the plane flies great, looks great. Paint's even better on that than the Bearcat. The paint on that thing's flawless. You can't tell it's a foam airplane. You can't see the foam cells at all on that plane. It's just a beautiful paint job. And what I don't like about the battery bay is that you open it's like an FMS plane. The cockpit comes out, okay? And then there's a square foam just big enough, square hole in the foam, to get a 2200 3-cell to slide in that. There's no strap or anything to hold it in. It's a friction fit because it's tight. And you shove it in there, and that's it. So you can't put flat packs in it. You can't put smaller packs in it because they'll just flop around, and there's no way to hold them in there. You can get the 2600, like the Zippy 2600, because it's just slightly bigger than the 22, but you really got to jam it because it's tight in there. But you can get it in, and now if the batteries start puffing, forget it. You ain't getting anything in it, so you can't run any puff batteries. You can't run flat pack batteries. You can't run smaller batteries. It's just a bad idea. You can't strap anything in because of the way it's designed. It's just a horrible idea. So I love the plane, and it flies fantastic. Even the drop tanks are awesome. It's got the little snubbers mounted to it so that when you it goes on just like this mechanism where it's a put on and slide back deal. But once they're on, the little snubbers look like they're mounted to the wing and cradling the tank, and the detail's wonderful. It's a good looking airplane. Both of them fly amazing. So the only downside of the Mustang is the damn battery bay, but other than that, it's great. This thing, hell, the transmitter will fit in there. It will. You can get any size battery you want in this plane, and it'll fly it. I've already flown it with a 5000 a 5000 3-cell. And it flew perfect with that in it. So I've moved the battery weight back because it had too much nose weight. It was trying to, it kept trying to nose over on takeoff. So I just kept moving the weight back. But once it was in the air, that 5000, it carried it along beautiful. It didn't. You couldn't even tell it was in the plane. It really didn't. I didn't do anything vertical for any length of time. I wasn't trying to go crazy with it with the 5000 in it, but it didn't seem to be bothering it at all. It probably would have gone vertical for a little bit anyway. But with a 2200 in it, it'll do anything. It'll go vertical to the stars. It just goes straight up and keeps going. So yeah, it flies great. It's a really great airplane. I highly recommend it. And if you can wait for Arrows to do another one of their sales where you buy two and you get I think the way they've been doing their sales is you get $30 each plane, but if you buy two planes you get $40 off each plane. So that's a saving. If you buy two planes, that's a savings of $80. That's substantial. That brings the plane from $199 to $159, and at $159, this is a screaming deal. So yeah. Anyway, I like it. It definitely would be a great addition to your Warbirds, Colin, for sure. Yeah, it'll fly scale, no problem. That's how I fly it, and it does that perfect. Absolutely perfect. It'll do whatever you ask it to do beautifully. It flaps, it's got full flaps, ailerons, retracts. The tail wheel doesn't retract. It's a great airplane. Okay, good morning, farmer. What's for breakfast? Oh, no, you're going to bed. I'm expecting to see some eggs in my email. uh, can't type, so good night. Okay. Not a problem, buddy. We'll see you later. Get some sleep. Yeah, I'm gonna call it, guys. It's getting late, and I really want to go work on the P40 before I go to bed. Luckily, I don't have to go to work in the morning. I don't go until 1:15, so that's fine. But yeah, let's call it for tonight. Unless you guys have some more questions about the HAVOC, the Bearcat, or my radios. I don't want to talk about midget porn or anything anymore. I'm getting too tired for that. So I didn't hear your answer before. I missed it. Crazy is Kimberly Clark? That's a pharmaceutical? What do you do? Is that what you do? Isn't that a pharmaceutical company? I forget. So that's how I remember it. Furball Boo. Welcome. That's a cool name. Have you been here before? Furball? Eggs in 3 hours. Okay, I'll be up. No, I won't. Oh, I'll check them out. I want to see the unboxing video and the new one. So yeah, I'll check them, and the veteran one. So yeah, I'll check those all out. Yeah, I want to see those for sure. All right, so we're gonna call it. You guys have a good night. I'll see you guys. Well, Dave's supposed to be doing a show tonight, Air Marshal. So maybe I'll see you in Dave's show, Blitzo's show, Josh's, and GB's show. And if not, at the very latest, I'll see you next week, Thursday, on my show. So until then, have a good night. We'll talk to you guys later. And yeah, that's a good idea, Tara. Go get some sleep before you try to fly. Thank you, Flyer. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I love the Fed. Look at this, 28 likes, guys. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. Oh, paper company, Kimberly Clark. Oh, that's right. Yes, okay, you're right. And now I remember. Yeah, like toilet paper, paper towels. Yeah, I think I saw that on the boxes. So that's cool. All right, guys. I'm gonna shut her down. So you guys have a good night.